and tomorrow, tomorrow morning for the public session, and a private closed session for commissioners in the afternoon around finance and administration. But before getting into the agenda, I just had a few opening remarks. This is the first time, I believe, that we've met outside of the Halibut Commission office for the interim meeting. And the whole intent is to provide opportunities to the items. I'll just see if there's any other comments, Jim, that you wanted to make about the process or not. Okay. So we're going to start with this morning with a series of staff presentations, and there will be, as I said, opportunities for public discussion. And so I think the only change in the agenda today from what's on, and I don't know if you've made changes to the one that you'll be bringing up or not, but we are this afternoon going to make a change in order. So the change when we get to bycatch and total mortality discussion, the first topic there will be the working paper on managing total mortality that Ian will be presenting, Ian Stewart. And that will be followed by a presentation for Commissioners Boyce and Albertson around the bycatch project paper. And then still last would be the joint meeting that we'll be having with the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. That is scheduled for February the 5th, which will be in Seattle. So that's the only change to the agenda today. Any other commissioners have any comments before we get going? All right, so off we go. So the review of the 2014 fisheries that I believe Heather is going to be providing.
Should be wired for sound. Oh, I am. All right, I'm going to be reviewing the 2004 commercial and sport fisheries as well as total removals. And I'll just say that these numbers were produced in early November for stock assessment, so they're all preliminary and all the numbers are net weight. Starting off looking at the areas where we have total catch limits, where the catch limits include more than the sport fisheries. This would be Area 2A, Washington, Oregon, California. We have a catch limit which includes sport, commercial, and treaty Indian users. There's a catch sharing plan by the Pacific Fisheries Management Council, and when we did our estimate in early November, the catch was 1% under the 0.96 million pound catch limit. In Area 2B, we also have a catch limit that takes into account sport and commercial users. This amount is allocated by Department of Fisheries and Oceans, which has 15% for the sport fishery and 85% for the commercial fishery. After those, so there are adjustments that DFO makes with the commercial underage and overage plan. They hold quota for First Nations, and there's an experimental leasing program which allows sport fishers to lease commercial quota. But when you're looking at the total, it is about the catch is about 2% under. And also included in this limit is incidental mortality from both fisheries. So incidental mortality from the commercial fishery, which we have termed wastage before, and incidental mortality in the sport fishery. And the total catch in Area 2C was 3% over the catch limit, and the catch limit was 4.16 million pounds. The overage was essentially in the sport fishery and the projected commercial wastage. In 3A, the total catch was 5% over the catch limit, and the catch limit was 9.43 million pounds. And again, the overage was from the commercial wastage, which was underestimated in the sport fishery, and I'll talk about the sport fisheries a little bit later. Looking at Washington, Oregon, and California, Area 2A, there were 4 commercial fisheries. The first one's a directed fishery. There are 10-hour limits, which 10-hour limits with fishing period limits, and this year we had 2, and the catch was 4% under the catch limit, and the Pacific Fisheries Management Council allows the underage to roll into the incidental halibut salmon troll fishery, and so 4,000 pounds was added to the salmon troll fishery mid-season. This fishery opened 1 month earlier than last year. It opened on April 1st and closed September 11th. There were 5 in-season actions. At the beginning, it was set for 1 halibut to 4 Chinook, an extra halibut, and a trip limit of 12. On May 30th, they changed it to a 1 fish per trip, and that ran through mid-July or late July. And from July to the end of the fishery, there were 3 changes in the trip limits. On July 25th, it changed to 3 fish. August 8th, 7, and August 22, 3 fish. So they did a lot of actions to try to allow this fishery to run later in the year, and it did. It was closed on September 11th. In the end, it was 1% over the catch was 1% over the catch limit. There's another incidental fishery in this area, and it's the incidental halibut during the salmon season. And this is north of Point Chehalis, Washington. And it opened on May 1st and closed at the end of the sablefish season on October 31st. The ratio was 75 pounds net weight of halibut to 1,000 pounds of sablefish with 2 extra halibut. This was a little less conservative than last year. Last year it was 50 pounds of halibut, and the catch was 15% under the limit. A lot of times this is under the limit. Last year it was 44% under the limit, so it is closer to the limit, although the catch limit was lower. The Treaty Indian fishery, there are unrestricted and restricted openings. There was 1 48-hour unrestricted opening, 2 restricted fisheries which have vessel limits. Vessel limit was 500 pounds in the first one, 400 pounds in the second one, and then a 10-hour opening. And the fishery closed 1% over the catch limit. There are commercial fisheries in British Columbia and Alaska. There are quota share fisheries, which opened on March 8th and closed on November 7th. The commercial catch limit for 2B was 5.79 million pounds, and for Alaska was 16.75 million pounds. The catches in all areas were very close to the catch limit, closer than they had been in the past. You can see the list here, 1% within the catch limit for 2C, 3B, 2% with under in 2B, 3% in 4A and 4CDE, and 4% under in 4B. With the catch in Area 3A was 1% over the catch limit, recognizing that there are underage and overage programs in all of these areas, so the catch was actually under the adjusted catch limit, which includes the underage overage program. So in previous years, we've been as high as 16% under, which was within Area 4B, so the catches were very close to the limits in all areas. Moving on to the sport fishery, this time of year we get final sport fish estimates, and the final for 2013 was 7.4 million pounds. The projections or the estimate for 2014 was 6.9 million pounds, so a 7% decrease from the previous year. We are below the limits of the high in around 2004 to 8. It was 10 to 11 million pounds. Now we're in the 6 to 7 million pound range. Just to talk about them individually, starting in Washington, Oregon, California, or 2A, the catching plan divides the area into 7 sub-areas. In 2014 was the first time that there was, previously there were 6 sub-areas, so the area south of Humbug was divided into 2 areas at the California border. There's in-season estimate and management actions in 5 of the sub-areas. The 2 areas that don't have it would be the Puget Sound area and the California area. And the fishing here just pretty much depends on other fishing, whether salmon's good or not. The Columbia area harvest was 2/3 of the allocation, but overall the catch, assuming that the allocations were taken, the 2 areas that without in-season management, it would be under the allocation by 2%. In Area 2B, the allocation for the sport fishery was 1.06 million pounds, and the harvest was 0.95 million pounds. DFO has had 3 management actions within the year. The fishery opened on February 1st, earlier than it had done in 2013. And when it opened, it had the same limits as 2013. A 1 fish daily bag limit, a maximum size limit of 26 inches, a possession limit of 2 where 1 fish must be less than 83 centimeters. They took action on April 1st, which ran through August 30th, where they relaxed the restrictions a little bit. The maximum size limit increased to 133 centimeters, and the possession limit was still 2, but 1 fish had to be less than 90 centimeters. They weren't close to the allocation, so on September 1st, they changed the daily bag limit to 2 fish. In addition to these listed, they have a 6 fish annual limit, as well as there are some stat areas that are DFO stat areas that are closed to the sport fishery. As I mentioned, in 2C and 3A, there was a catch-sharing plan, so there was an allocation to the sport charter fishery in Area 2C, and it was 0.6 million pounds in 2014. The harvest for that area in 2014 is projected to be 0.867 million pounds. So there were restrictions in this fishery. There had been restrictions in the past. There was a 1 fish daily bag limit, a reverse slot limit where the fish had to be equal to and less than 44 centimeters or greater than inches, 44 inches and greater than or equal to 76 inches. This was a little different from the previous year. These restrictions are recommended by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. In the previous year, the fish was under 45 inches and over 68 inches. There are line limits in this area, no skipper or crew fish, and the harvest came in the same as it had been in 2013. The change was that 22% more fish were caught with a lower average weight. The average weight last year was 12 pounds where it had been 14 pounds the previous year. In the same area, the private anglers, they don't have additional restrictions besides the 2 fish daily bag limit. What we found in 2014 is projected that there were 18% fewer fish caught, similar average weight, which was around 17 pounds. And so the total harvest for that area was about 18% less than the previous year. Looking at the sport fishery in 3A, there was again a catch-sharing plan with a charter allocation of 1.78 million pounds. The harvest came in at 2.18 million pounds, and 2014 was the first year where there were additional restrictions besides the 2 fish bag limit. So it was something new for Area 3A. There was a maximum size limit where the second fish had to be less than 29 inches. And they also put a vessel limit where a vessel could only do 1 trip per day. In the end, the harvest was lower than last year because in 2013 it was 2.5 million pounds. 8.6%, the number of fish decreased by 8.6 from the previous year, and the average rate was very similar. For the private anglers, there was a 2 fish daily bag limit. There were no added restrictions, and the harvest was the same as the previous year. The last thing I'll just go over is the total removals. And the total removals for all halibut removals, which includes commercial catch, sport catch, personal use, commercial wastage, sport wastage, and IPHC surveys, was 42.5 million pounds, slightly down from the 46.2 million pounds in 2013. And the Commission started tracking a new removal. Not that the removal was new, but we estimated the mortality, the incidental mortality in the sport fishery this past year. We had requested information, it says 2010, but I think it was 2012, from agencies to start collecting data to help estimate this removal. And so in 2014, we have come up with some estimates, and it looks like it's less than 1% of the total removals coastwide and about 2.7 of the total sport removals. And that's it for a quick update for the fisheries.
Thanks very much, Heather. I think for this morning session, it'd be a good place here to see if there's any public comments or questions for Heather. The next 2 presentations on the 2014 stock assessment and the harvest decision tables for 2015 would be done jointly. Then we would have questions. So as far as the process, I didn't go over this as far as what's in the room here and also for the folks on the phone. What we're asking here for people in the room, there's a sign-up list at the back of the room for each of the block of agenda items, and the intent there is so that we can just put a little bit of order to the questions. There's speakers set up here, or microphones set up at the front where you'll need to come up to if you have any comments or questions. And we're asking that you keep your questions and comments relatively brief, 3 minutes or less. And as I mentioned at the start of this meeting, this is a little bit new, and so that's why we're also asking for comments on the overall process so that we can streamline this. But that's the way it's been set up today. And let's see if I missed anything on the process that you wanted to add, Steve.
No, the sign-up list is actually right
there. Oh, at the front? So it's up here at the front table beside the microphones. For this is where the sign-up list is. So are there any questions on the webinar?
Yes, I have one comment and one question. The comment is from Chuck Ashcroft, who notes that the 2B sport fishing slide should be changed to reflect that starting in September, the slot size of less than 90 and less than 133 still exists, but both fish could be taken on the same day. And then I have a question from Lyle Pierce. Why is there no estimate of sports mortality from DFO?
All right. Neil Davis is going to come to the microphone and provide a response.
Yeah, so maybe just very quickly in response to Lyle's question, we have initiated some work to basically collect what we know about sport discards for Area 2B, and are in the process of generating an estimate or working with the IPHC to be able to put that together. So the work is underway, but given some of the things that are in process for 2B, it's not quite complete yet.
Thanks very much, Neil. Do you have a timeline in mind, or?
Well, some of it is linked to the introduction of the Internet survey to be able to generate a more complete estimate. Right now, what we collect in terms of information regarding discards in the sport fishery only comes from the Creel survey. And the Creel survey while an important component of our overall catch monitoring for the recreational fishery, doesn't generate complete estimates of catch in all areas and times. So we've been looking at how to combine what we collect out of the creel survey with some other source of information that would be able to generate a more complete estimate. So the Internet survey method and design is being peer reviewed over the next sort of 6 months. Ideally, from that process, we'd be able to use both the information from the creel survey and the Internet survey to generate a complete estimate in time for probably the 2016 fishing season.
Okay, thanks very much, Neil. And that was it for on the webinar, Steve. Are there any questions in the room? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I think then we'll move on to the presentation from Ian Stewart around the 2014 stock assessment.
Okay, thank you. Looks like I'm wired. Well, good morning and thanks for coming. Rather than start with a joke or something to break the ice here this year, I wanted to start with an acknowledgement and a thank you to the IPHC staff. The work that I'm going to be presenting is really a product of an extensive amount of data collection and work that goes on throughout the calendar year. As you all know here, our fishery hasn't even been closed for a month yet, and the survey just concluded not long before that, and yet we're here and able to look at data that is current through this year. It's not all completely final, but we have in front of us results from this year's fishery, from this year's survey, an incredible amount of age information and logbooks and other things. And I just want to acknowledge that I get to present all this stuff, but it's really the collective work of the entire staff at the IPHC. So with that, I'm going to go into a combined presentation which reports the results of this year's stock assessment, as well as the results of our apportionment calculations, and then what you probably really want to get to first, which is the catch tables, where everything's broken out by regulatory area, and we get to see some of the details. Stay tuned. That'll be at the end of this presentation. I am going to start with a quick summary first, though. In 3 bullets, the coastwide survey and fishery trends continue to be stable. We've had several years of fairly stable trends, both in the indices and in the age structure and the other biological components. But what I'm going to emphasize this year is that there are some very meaningful and important differences among the regulatory areas, such that we have, although we have a very stable trend coastwide, we have some really different things going on within different regulatory areas, and I'll point out much of that as I go along. Second is that we've improved our ensemble of models for 2014. We have a couple of new models in there, and these allow for some additional perspective on where we've been historically as well as the recent trends, and I'll describe the changes that were made there and how the results compare to recent years. In aggregate, the results are a little bit more optimistic. As you'll see from the decision table and even from some of the catch tables, this year's results are a little bit more optimistic than we've seen in the last couple of stock assessments. Given a stable trend, I think there's some good news here to be reported this year. So I'm going to start out by going through the various data sources. First the trends and some of the biological patterns, then into the assessment modeling, resulting finally in the decision table for this year. And then I'm going to go into apportionment and some of the harvest policy calculations, as well as the catch tables at the end of this presentation. So here we go, right into it. You've seen this figure before, updated through last year. This is our time series of 7 billion pounds of removals from the halibut stock in the northeastern Pacific. And you can see we've been through several cycles of up and down. The strongest trend here is that we've got an increasing diversity in the users of this resource. You'll see in the last couple of decades we have the broadest split of removals among bycatch, personal use and subsistence, sport fishing, as well as the directed fishery, which was the largest part of this for most of the last 100 years. If we zoom in a little bit closer into the most recent time period, so we can see how we compare to where we've been in the recent past, as you all know, we had some low catches in the late 1970s, a period of higher productivity from the late 1980s through the early 2000s, and then for much of the last decade and a half, we've seen reductions in the total removals in response to management actions intended to bring those removals down. Our current level of removals are still in excess of where we were in the late 1970s. It was about a decade-long period in that time period when we were below where we are now. However, our current removals in 2014 are somewhat below the 100-year average, which is 64 million pounds. And these, to get right to the end of the story, the reason that we're in this position right now is because we've seen reduced recruitment from what we saw in the in the 1980s and 1990s. And just as importantly, we've seen big changes in size and age of halibut. These fish are much smaller for their age. So the same number of fish are producing a lot less biomass and therefore a lot less catch in the last few years. To zoom in on the last 5 years and break this down so you can see how things have changed, this is just the most recent 5 years. And I'll show you the percent change across the various sources of removals. So the commercial landings and the wastage associated with the commercial fishery, these are fish that are discarded and subsequently die. This is the mortality. Both of those have come down by 50 to 60% over the last 5 years. You'll note that the sport, personal use, and subsistence and bycatch removals have also come down, but to a much smaller degree. In aggregate, the total removals from the stock have come down from over 70 million pounds in 2010 to just over 40 in 2014, or about just over a 40% reduction. Okay, now into some of our trend information. So here are the results from this year's setline survey. And what you'll see in this figure, each panel is a regulatory area, starting with area 2A in the top left. I'm showing you two trends in each figure. The blue dots represent the total weight per unit effort captured in that regulatory area. The black dots represent the legal size, or O32, catch rate in that area. And below the label for each regulatory area, there's a percentage. I apologize for you guys in the back. It's a little hard to see. I'm going to zoom in on a couple of the areas so that you can read them a little better. But I wanted to give you a sense of what's going on across all the regulatory areas first. The percentage represents the percent change from 2013 to 14 in each of the regulatory areas. Now, I report that because everybody always wants to know exactly what the percent change was, but I think it's also just as important to look at the trend over the last 3 to 5 years. And that you can see from the back of the room without even being able to read the numbers. And you can see that Area 2 has generally been flat to increasing in trend in our setline survey, particularly Area 2C. Areas 3A, 3B, and 4A have shown some of the biggest declines historically. Several of these areas seem to have flattened out in the last several years. Area 4B would be in a similar category of large historical declines and a relatively flat trend over the last few years. Area 4CDE, you can see we have much lower catch rates in the Bering Sea. However, those catch rates have increased over the last few years. And at the coastwide level, you can see that we have a decline and about 5 years of relatively flat trend. Now, to zoom in and give you a little bit, make it a little bit easier to read some of these numbers. First, I want to zoom in on Area 2C, which has shown the most coherent trend over the last 5 years. You'll note that it was up 2 to 4%, depending on whether you're looking at total or legal size weight per unit effort in 2014. But you can see there's a pretty clear trend over the last 5 years of increasing catch rates in Area 2C. And that was continued in 2014, although not to quite the same degree we've seen in recent years. Thanks, Tom. The next area I'd like to zoom in on is Area 4A. And Area 4A showed the greatest one-year increase from 2013 to 2014 of any of these series. However, note that 2013 was a particularly low point in the time series. And so whether you're looking at total or legal size WPUE, there's actually a relatively flat to even still a slightly decreasing trend over the last 4 to 5 years. And as you'll see, that's relatively consistent with what we've seen in the commercial fishery logbooks, despite the fact that we saw a big increase from 13 to 14. It's worth remembering that if the stock is fairly flat or is on a fairly smooth trend, the survey, despite the fact that it's geographically comprehensive, is a fairly blunt tool to measure an entire population. And we would expect a particular regulatory area in a particular year might be a little bit above or below its long-term trend. That's why I think it's important to look at back over the last several years to get a sense of where each regulatory area is going. So finally, if we zoom in on the total WPUE, and this is weighted across, geographically weighted across all regulatory areas, you can pretty clearly see that we had some strong declines from the mid to late 1990s all the way through about 2010. And since 2010, we've essentially had a flat trend with a few bumps up and down, but a pretty flat trend since that time period. Now, this is weight per unit effort. we now go to numbers per unit effort, you'll see a similar pattern, but these trends tend to be a bit dampened. So things are a bit flatter. You'll see, again, some flat to increasing trends across Area 2, the same sorts of declines across Area 3 and 4A and 4B. But note at the coastwide level in the bottom right there, especially with regard to total numbers per unit effort, that although we've seen a decline from the mid-90s to around 2010, that decline is much less pronounced. And so what you're seeing here, the decline here represents only the decline in recruitment, where the decline in weight per unit effort represents the decrease in numbers of fish as well as the decrease in the size of those fish. So you can start to get a sense of the relative contribution of those two things. In aggregate, the patterns are similar here. They're just less pronounced in numbers because it doesn't also include the trend in size at age. And now if we move to the regional level, here I've aggregated Area 2, 3, 4, which is 4A plus 4 CDE, and left Area 4B on its own. These are the total numbers per unit effort for each of those areas. Now note that the axes are different on each of these figures. So I'm going to put a reference line across at 3 fish per skate, just so that you can see how the relative catch rates compare, as well as the relative trends. In the bottom left of this figure, you see Area 3. And you can see there, even in numbers, we've had some pretty substantial declines from 2005 through 2010, and some variability and perhaps even a little bit more decline after that. Some of these patterns that we could see at the regulatory area level become even more pronounced when we aggregate across these broader geographic regions. Note in the top left there, Area 2 has historically and currently has had a much lower catch rate than Area 3. However, that catch rate has been almost stable over this whole time period, with the exception of the first 2 years of the survey. And in fact, if you just look at the last 5 to 10 years, you can actually see an increasing trend in the numbers per unit effort in Area 2. Area 4 and Area 4B both showed declines from the mid to late 1990s through the mid-2000s, and some stability after that. You're starting to see here, even though we aggregate these things to the coastwide level, and we've had some stability at the coastwide level, you can see there are some meaningful differences in these trends within each regulatory area and across regions of regulatory areas. Okay, now into the commercial fishery logbooks. I'd like to note first that the commercial fishery logbooks are the one thing that we have the hardest time catching up on real time for this season. So the fishery just closed on November 7th. We've key punched and entered and verified as many of those logs as we could as the season went along, but we have very few logs represented after mid to late September. So as always, the logs are incomplete right now, and we will be continuing to add to those logs, and next year we will have the final results. I will also point out that generally we see lower catch rates at the very end of the season. So some of the trends that you see in these figures may actually be reduced when we get the final logbook data. The black line across the middle here shows you the aggregate trend, the aggregate weighted trend across all regulatory areas in terms of the commercial fishery catch rate. And you can see here a very similar pattern to what we saw in the survey. Note that this series extends back into the 1980s, where the survey only began in the late 1990s. And so this period of decline from the late 1990s through somewhere around 2010. And then in the commercial logbooks, we've actually seen some continued decline since 2010, although it's been a little bit flatter than the time period before. Now I'm going to add some of the regulatory areas so you can start to see some of the differences among the regulatory areas. And first I'm going to add Area 2. So all three of these series are Area 2A, 2B, and 2C. And moving from, let's see if I can actually get a mouse here. Yes, it looks like I can. So the top series here is Area 2B. And you'll note that the Area 2B catch rates in 2014 were some of the highest that we've seen since the mid-1980s. They've generally been seeing an increasing trend in Area 2B and some very high levels in 2014. Similar pattern in 2C, not quite as high relative to historical levels, but over the last 4 to 5 years, similar to the survey, we've seen increases in 2C, with 2014 being the highest year in several years. And 2A, which is the bottom series here, pardon me, 2A, which is the bottom series, I guess I'm not going to be able to get a pointer. The bottom series here is 2A with the squares, and again there you see more variability. We get a lot fewer logs back in Area 2A, but a similar trend of some increase over the last 3 to 4 years. Now I'm going to add area 3A and 3B, which you've actually already seen flash on and off a couple times. Area 3A is the lower of these two series, below the coastwide average at the end of that time period. Area 3A is above the coastwide average at the end of the time series. Area 3B has now declined to be below the coastwide average. And both of these areas have shown continued decline. So a little bit of divergence from what we've seen from the setline survey in Area 3. Now I'm going to add Area 4B, which you see has generally been fairly stable over the mid-1980s to around 2000. Then it showed a similar decline, although it's always had a lower catch rate than Area 3, until the most recent few years when it's been somewhat variable but relatively stable. 2014 was actually a pretty big increase in commercial catch per unit effort for Area 4B. Now I'm going to add the other parts of Area 4, and you can see a fairly similar pattern there, more variability because we get fewer logs back for areas 4A. We get reasonable number for Area 4A, fewer logs back in 4C and 4D. But there you can see a similar trend of somewhat declining trends over the last several years, less pronounced than we saw from the late 1990s to the mid-2000s. Okay, so that's the catch rates they've been seeing, but how about the average size of fish? So this shows you the full historical time series of the average size of fish that have been landed by each of the regulatory areas. And I'm not going to go through each series. Again, the black line down the middle represents the coastwide average. And note again here, at the coastwide average, that black line, it's been variable but relatively stable over the last couple of years at levels that are similar to those that we saw around the 1950s and 60s and somewhat higher than we saw in the 1930s and 40s. However, note that there wasn't the same size limit in the 1930s and 40s, so there were some smaller and younger fish being landed in that time period. You'll note also at the end of this time series that the red series with the triangles at the very end there, at the very top of the scale, is Area 2C. And for the last more than a decade, we've seen the largest fish on the coast coming out of Area 2C. And those fish have somewhat stabilized, but are still the largest fish on the coast and are increasing slightly at a little over 30 pounds on average for Area 2C. Moving down the scale, Area 2B saw the next largest fish, and you'll see both of those blue lines from Area 3A and 3B are now below the coastwide average, showing you that the big changes in fish size have largely been in the Gulf and in the Western Gulf, and this isn't news to you guys, I think, that are fishing in those areas. So this is the aggregate mean weight, but what it doesn't show you is the change in weight at age. And so this is the reconstructed average weight at age from our setline survey, looking back through into the 1970s, through to the 90s, and into the current period. Females on the left, males on the right. Note that the scale is different here. The scale is in weight, net pounds, and across the x-axis, bottom of this figure, is the age of these fish. And I'll draw your attention just for a second to, for example, to a 13-year-old fish, a 13-year-old female halibut. In 1975, that fish was about 50 pounds. By 1995, a 13-year-old female halibut at the coastwide level was just over 30 pounds. And as of 2014, that same fish was just over 20 pounds. So you can see this is a dramatic reduction in size at age over time. So for the same number of fish, where we used to get 50 pounds of yield per fish, we're now getting 20 pounds of yield per fish. And that's why you see such a difference between the numbers per unit effort trend and the weight per unit effort trend. You see a similar level of decline for the males, although note that the scale is different. That 13-year-old male is just over 20 pounds back in the 1970s, and it's more like 10 pounds today. You can also see in this figure that much of the decline occurred in the first 20 years of this period, and that we've seen somewhat of less reduction from the mid-90s to present day than we saw in the 2 decades leading up to that time period. Again, this is the coastwide aggregate, so this is reflecting all of the components of the stock weighted by how many fish we think are in each of those components. But this masks the area-to-area differences, and I want to zoom in for a second just on a couple of regulatory areas just to show you how big some of these differences are. This is a slightly different plot, and I'll take a second just to walk you through it. Now, this is year across the bottom, and each of these series represents an age. And I realize you can't read the individual ages there. It's weight across the y-axis, and both of these are on different scales. So first I'm going to just draw a line across at 40 pounds. And I'm going to tell you that there's a red series right about 40 pounds that corresponds to a 14-year-old fish in Area 4B. And all you need to take home from this is that that 14-year-old fish in Area 4B was about 40 pounds back in the late 90s, and it's still about 40 pounds today. It's been variable up and down, but it really hasn't changed very much, and that goes for pretty much all the size at age that we see in Area 4B. If we move over to 3A, there's a red series underneath the left-hand side of that black line that represents a 14-year-old fish, which was also about 40 pounds back in the mid-1990s. And that fish today is just a little over 20 pounds. So you can see that the changes in the coastwide trends of weight at age have largely been driven by the Gulf, the central and western Gulf. This is where we've seen the biggest changes in size at age. And because so much of the stock is distributed in those areas, that's what's driving these coastwide patterns. But it's important to recognize that we do have some very meaningful differences in the different regulatory areas. Okay, now into the age information. So this is the age data that we saw from the fishery. And I'll just take a second to orient you to this plot. Years across the bottom, starting in 1996, the series just to the right of that label at the bottom, running through 2014. Ages up the y-axis of this plot from age 16 to age 25. And the circles represent what proportion of the fish caught that year in numbers were represented in that age group. You can see a couple things probably even from the back of the room. You can see a pretty strong diagonal here, which corresponds to the 1987 year class, which produced between 200 and 225 million pounds of removals out of that single year class as it grew up and moved through the fishery. That was the largest year class we can track through the history of this fishery and produced probably the most catch of any single year class we've seen. The other thing you can see is that as that year class has aged, it's largely gone now. Over the last few years, it's graduated. It's out there in the 25-plus group, and it's making a very small to negligible contribution to the total removals from the stock. But what you can see is over the last few years, we've gone back to a fishery that's dominated by 8 to 15 or 16-year-old fish, which is actually pretty typical of what we've seen out of this fishery for much of the last 100 years. The real exception, last year I showed you a lot of plots of age compositions going all the way back into the 1930s. And what we saw is that this period in the 1990s and early 2000s of lots of fish living past age 15 out to age 20 was pretty atypical of that time series. What we've seen over much of the historical series is the bulk of the historical catch dominated by these fish that are 8 to 15 or 16 years old. And you can see that we've got a bit of a year class coming through that was born in 1999. But it doesn't stand out that much. What you can tell the most about the last 5 to 6 years of the age data is that the fishery has been fairly stable. The age structure in the fishery hasn't changed much over the last 5 to 6 years. And if we flip to the survey ages, it's hard to believe it, but that's actually a different age composition. I'll go back to the survey ages. We see a very similar pattern here in the survey ages. You'll note that there are some more younger fish included in the survey. You're starting to see more 6- and 7-year-olds in the survey, and that's because this is all the ages we collect in the survey, including the sublegal fish. However, you can still see that strong 1987 cohort, and you can still see that much of our survey catch in numbers these days is represented by fish that are, again, 8 to 15 or 16 years old. Okay, the last little piece of data information. I spent a lot of time last year describing to you analyses looking at the relationship or the correlation between Pacific halibut recruitment and the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, which is just an index of productivity in the Gulf of Alaska. And what we've seen over the historical time series is that on average, halibut recruitment tends to be better when the Pacific Decadal Oscillation is in a positive phase, which in this figure would be the green dots above that line down the middle. It's just a correlation, and we don't know all the mechanisms. It could be related to transport of larval halibut. It could be related just to productivity, and it could just be a spurious correlation. But nonetheless, over the historical period, what we've seen is a pretty strong correlation between good year classes of halibut, lots of young halibut moving into the stock, and positive periods of the Pacific Decadal Oscillation. And the story last year was that as of 2006 to 2007, we had moved back into a negative phase of the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, and it's unclear how long these periods last, but historically they may be on the order of 15 to 30 years long. 2014, of course, was a surprise. It was a very warm, productive year in the Gulf. As many of you know, we had some extremely warm water temperatures. You'll note that the point in the Pacific Decadal Oscillation trend is very much positive for 2014. However, what we need to remember here is that 2014 was different in all regards. We had a warm blob of water sitting off the Gulf that lasted throughout the summer, which was really completely unprecedented. It had all the oceanographers scratching their heads and saying, we've never seen anything like this. And in fact, sitting through presentation by people that study lots of different series, suggesting that everything from bird consumption of forage fish to many other environmental indicators were just completely off the scale in 2014. Maybe that was good for halibut, and maybe it wasn't good for halibut. Maybe it'll hold up in this correlation, and maybe it won't. Unfortunately, it's going to be about a decade until we know whether it was or wasn't good for halibut, because we don't have a good index of how many juvenile fish are moving into the entire coastwide stock until we start to see them in our setline survey and fishery, which is 8 to 10 years down the road. So I'd like to tell you that, well, 2014 looked positive, but I think we need to remember that 2014 was really different in a lot of regards. And it may have been a good year, but it also may not have been. So that rounds out the summary of data sources going into this year's stock assessment and analyses. And now I'd like to move into the assessment modeling itself, starting with the Ensemble model. And just to give you a little bit of history about where we've been and what an Ensemble is. In 2012, our Ensemble was a pretty crude, blunt tool. We had a single stock assessment model, and we knew that that model wasn't sufficient to incorporate all the uncertainty we had in stock size. So we made that into 3 different models, and we used a different level of natural mortality for each of those models. And we included each of those 3 into the decision table, into the results, to reflect not only the uncertainty within that model, but also the uncertainty among our understanding of natural mortality. And that was really just the best we could do in 2012. Moving into 2013, we had a slightly more sophisticated ensemble of stock assessment models. We had a long time series model, which I spent a lot of time presenting to you guys last year, that incorporated essentially all 100 plus years of data that we have available to us. Gave us a little more perspective on some of the historical trends, and also allowed us to get a little more perspective on where we are now relative to where we've been over the longer time period. We also had a different short time series model that was recreated with a different set of assumptions and a lot less pre-processing of the data, as well as the model that we'd used in 2012. Embedded in these 3 models were still alternate values of natural mortality, because we were estimating the value of natural mortality in the long time series model and keeping it fixed in the short time series model. So we were starting to get some uncertainty in how we're using the data as well as natural mortality. So we're building on what we had in 2012. For 2014, we evaluated a number of different models. We had a meeting with our scientific review board in June to check in on progress and to get some direction on model development. And then we had a 2-day meeting in October to go through in a bit more detail through these models and to winnow down a bunch of different models that we evaluated during 2014, including the long and the short time series models from 2013, as well as a virtual population analysis, which is a pretty simple approach, very traditional model. In fact, the Halibut Commission used these models back in the 1970s, and they're still in use in many places in New England and in Europe and other places. We also fit a simple surplus production model, which is really just an effort to look at the relationship between our survey trend and the amount of removals coming out of the stock. We also, importantly, in 2014, started to investigate areas as fleets models. And areas as fleets models separate the fishery and the survey data by geographic region, not down to the specific regulatory area level, but a little less coarse than just aggregating everything to the coastwide level. And for this analysis, we separated things into those regions that I showed you a few slides ago, Area 2, Area 3, Area 4, which is the Bering Sea and 4A, and then the far western Aleutians, Area 4B. And again, we went through and evaluated the pros and cons of these models at the SRB meeting in October. So for 2014, we agreed that we would include 4 models in this year's ensemble. And it's a cross between the treatment of our data in terms of a short time series versus a long time series. Again, the short time series, we have complete data, and it takes far fewer assumptions to model those data, but we don't have as much information because we're not drawing on that whole time series. We also have the split between coastwide and areas as fleets models. Stock assessments around the world go back and forth between these two approaches, either aggregating the data into one set of information or trying to delineate at least some of the spatial structure by treating different areas as different fleets within the model. And I'll show you in a second what I mean from that. So for this year's Ensemble, we have 4 models equally weighted going into the Ensemble, which incorporates the uncertainty both in how we aggregate the data and in which data we're using in the stock assessments. And also, it still includes uncertainty in the natural mortality rate, which is embedded and treated differently in several of these models. The models that didn't make it into the Ensemble were still useful in judging and evaluating these results. So the virtual population analysis, we found very similar trends to the Coastwide models, which is somewhat expected, but it's a corroboration of what we found in the Coastwide models. The simple surplus production model is not very sophisticated, but it does give us an estimate of what the available yield might be. It puts us on a scale of, okay, if the survey has come down this much under this level of removals and then flattened out under this level of removals, how much yield might be available next year? And the yield suggestions out of that model suggested that something on the order of 40 to 45 million pounds were available for harvest, which is pretty consistent with what we're getting out of the rest of these models. So again, it's just a corroboration, even though it's not explicitly included in this year's Ensemble. I want to make sure that I'm clear about what I mean between coastwide, areas as fleets, and perhaps spatially explicit models. So in a coastwide model, we're modeling the entire population over all regulatory areas as a single stock. And we aggregate the data, as I've shown you, to the coastwide level, weighting it by the abundance of fish in each area. So the trends we see will reflect mostly the areas that have the most fish in them, and with a diminishing effect of the other areas. The areas as fleets models gets a little more sophisticated than that. It allows for delineation between the data sets coming from each of these geographic regions. Again, here area 2, 3, 4 being the Bering Sea and 4A, and then the far western Aleutians is area 4B. So it's still a coastwide population model, but it's fitting to each of these series separately, and it allows us to account for some of the differences that we see in the age structure and in the biology among these different areas. What it is not, areas as fleets models are not fully spatial models. We would like to get here, and Steve and I are both working on versions of a fully spatially explicit model, both for the management strategy evaluation and for potential evaluation as part of our stock assessment. A fully spatial model actually treats the population as separate areas. And the key here is 2 things. You need to know how many fish are moving between the areas, and you need to know how the recruitment, how the juvenile fish are distributed among those areas when they're born. And we're not quite there yet, but we are working on this. So again, the areas as fleets approach is not a fully spatial model, but we're getting there. And by partitioning the data, it moves us down the road toward evaluating these models. And I'm hopeful that by this time next year, we'll at least have some spatial models to start evaluating. Whether they'll be in the Ensemble or not, I'm not sure. So what do these models then tell us? The results from these models, here's the comparison of the 2 short time series models, the coastwide and the areas as fleets models. And you'll see that they're actually in pretty good agreement about where the stock has gone over the last decade. However, you'll note at the end of the time series here that the areas as fleets models suggest that the spawning biomass may actually be increasing slightly at the current trend, where the coastwide model suggests it's really been pretty flat over the last several years. Not a dramatic difference in the trend, but some difference in the trend. Moving to the long time series models, you see even a bit more difference when we get into the entire historical data set. The red series here is the areas as fleets models. The blue is the coastwide model that I showed you last year. And here you start to see a bit more difference in terms of where we think the stock may have been historically. You'll note that the exploitation signal in the early part of the 1900s occurred a bit later in the areas as fleets models, capturing on the fact that most of the data that we had in the early part of the time series came from area 2, which has slightly different properties to areas 3 and 4 moving up the line. You'll note a pretty similar trend of a fairly low stock across most of the 30s through the 1980s, and a similar increase in abundance through the late 90s and early 2000s on the heels of those big recruitments in the 1980s. And you can see again at the end of this time series a similar pattern to what we saw in the short models, which is that the areas as fleets models suggest a slightly more optimistic trend at the end of this time period than the coastwide analysis. Now with these models, we can also compare back to where might the stock be under an equilibrium condition relative to where it is now. If we make that comparison between an equilibrium condition, which we know it doesn't actually exist in any particular year, but it's just a reference point, a ruler to gauge where the stock is now relative to those levels. You can see that both of these models suggest that we're somewhere around 35% of an equilibrium level, which is not far off where we would expect to be given our current harvest policy. We can also compare back to where the stock was in the late 1970s, and here's where there's a bit more difference between these two models. The areas as fleets model suggests that we're somewhere about a third higher than where we were in the late 1970s, where the Coastwide model suggests, even though it's got a slightly more pessimistic trend at the end of the time series, it suggests that we might be closer to twice where we were in the late 1970s. So a bit of a difference there in terms of our perception, and I think we're starting to see more of the uncertainty. By using this ensemble of models, we can start to acknowledge more of the uncertainty in just where we've been over the historical period. If we put all these four models together now and just focus over the time period that we can compare them, you'll see all four of these models suggest a pretty strong decline from the late 1990s through somewhere around 2010. From 2010 onward, we've got a fairly flat stock trajectory, a little bit more optimistic in the areas as fleets models, and a little bit more pessimistic with a pretty flat trend in the Coastwide models, but generally you can see that the stock is stabilized somewhere around 200 million pounds of spawning biomass. And that's actually pretty similar to what I've shown you in recent years. Now perhaps you're looking at these models and thinking, well, I kind of like that one, or I kind of like that one. And it's easy to do that. And what I want to show you is this is the distribution in 2015 of the estimated spawning biomass from each of these models. And I've drawn an arrow on the x-axis there just to show you how much of a range there is among the point estimates from each of these models. And we could easily say, well, I kind of like that model there on the right, maybe. What we learned over our historical experience with the stock assessment is that acknowledging this uncertainty is important, because we might pick one of these models and we might sort of start to fall in love with it, and 3 or 4 years down the road we might start to find some issues with it, and then all of a sudden we got to change from one model to another, and that's a big abrupt change to the whole process. Where what we can do with an ensemble is we can recognize that none of these models is perfect, and that in fact the differences between these models really reflect the uncertainty in our current estimate of stock size, and we can include all that uncertainty in our results and in our decision table explicitly. And I think that's important, because what we've learned anything over the last 30 years, it's that when we do start to find one model and really fall in love with it, the biology comes back and finds a way to show us that, well, that model really wasn't a great approximation of the world. None of these models are. And so we're better off not trying to hang our hat on one model for as long as we can and then making a big jump to another model. So what we do with an ensemble is to integrate the uncertainty across those models. And so this is a new plot this year. I'm going to take a second just to walk you through it. This is called a cumulative distribution plot. But you can also just look at it. Read the x-axis is spawning biomass, and it shows you the distribution of spawning biomass estimates across these models. The y-axis here is the chance that the stock, in chance out of 100, that the stock is below that level. So here's how you'd read it. If you'd want to say, well, where's the 50-50 line? Where's an equal chance that our current stock size is above or below that line? You'd read across 50-50 out of 100. You'd read across to that line, and then you'd read down. That's also called the median. And that's the 50-50 line, or the point estimate of spawning biomass on the y-axis, where that blue line comes down, that corresponds to an equal chance that the stock is above or below that level. But you can also read any other chance out of 100 you'd like to off this plot. So if you just want to say, well, I want to know how big the stock is with at least a 10 of 100 chance, you can read across there and see, well, it's down there around 175 million pounds. Or you can say, I'd like to see where 90 out of 100 chance is. Well, that's almost 250 million pounds. And looking at that range from 175 to almost 250 gives you a sense of our uncertainty in the current stock size. And that's how you'd read a plot like this. I want to point out that the point estimate for this year, the median, or the 50-50 line, is slightly higher than last year. But given this level of uncertainty, the values are quite similar. We should expect to see values that change on the order of 10 to 20 million pounds just due to annual variability in the data and our uncertainty in the assessment. So these results really are quite consistent with the results we've seen from last year's stock assessment and, in fact, the year before that as well. Here's a similar plot, also a cumulative plot, But this shows you now the cumulative probability that the current spawning biomass is above it relative to our equilibrium spawning biomass. And this is important because our harvest control rule has a threshold at 30% of equilibrium spawning biomass. So again, you can read across the 50-50 line here and see that there's a 50-50 chance that we are well in excess of that 30% threshold. However, there is some probability, and it turns out to be about 10%, that we are at or below the 30% threshold where we would start to reduce our harvest rate on this stock. So generally, despite all that uncertainty, the results of these models suggest that the stock is well above the threshold of our harvest control rule. However, there is some probability that we might be below that level currently. Okay, that brings me into the projections and the decision table, and the last parts of this presentation. We make projections for 3 years, and I do that to help you see what the trends in the stock might be over the next 3 years. It's difficult to see the differences in a projection for just 1 year, so we make 3-year projections. But I would like to acknowledge that we're going to be back here next year looking at another set of information. The commissioners will be making another set of decisions next year. I'm not presupposing any management action over the next 3 years. I'm just making a 3-year projection so you can start to see the feedback of a given level of harvest for more than just a single year. Now, I'm often asked, well, why don't you make a 5 or 10 or 20-year projection, because then we could really start to see some feedback. The problem there is if I go much beyond 3 years, the stock dynamics will start to be influenced by recruitments that we haven't observed yet. And if we've learned anything over 100 years of looking at the halibut stock, it's that we're not very good at predicting what the recruitment's going to be moving into the future. And so these 3-year projections are a compromise where the stock dynamics over 3 years are going to be largely dominated by fish that are already in the water and fish that we're already seeing in these various indices, rather than trying to make predictions about how many fish might be coming into the stock in the future. It assumes a constant catch level, and as we've done in the past, in the decision table and for these projections, I'm going to present a range of different management alternatives, ranging from no removals, just so that we can see what the stock trajectory might be if we didn't take any fish, any halibut out of the North Pacific. The fishery CEY equals 0 row, so we can see how many removals are left, even with 0 fishery CEY, and what the trend might be given that level of removals. And then just a series of increments all the way up to 60 million pounds, and also including the blue line, which is the application of our current harvest policy. The status quo fishery CEYs from 2014, which would be just what if we took the same fishery CEYs that we had last year and just rolled them over to this year. And a new line this year, which is what if we maintained the same total fishing intensity, or SPR, spawning potential ratio. And I want to take just a second. I'll talk even a little more about this afternoon, but I want to take just a second to tell you what I mean there. The spawning potential ratio is just a measure of how much reduction there would be in an equilibrium sense of the spawning biomass per fish for any level of recruitment, or sorry, for any level of fishing. So it's essentially how much spawning biomass you'd get per fish at this level of fishing relative to what you'd get if you weren't fishing at all. What's important, and the reason why I'm introducing this metric, is that this allows us to include all sizes and sources of mortality. It's not an exploitation rate or fraction that only includes O26 fish or only includes some fisheries. It integrates across all the different removals. And again, I'll talk a little more about what SPR is this afternoon. But if you're familiar with the Pacific Council process or the North Pacific Council process, you'll know that they often report fishing mortality rates as an F%. For example, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council's overfishing limit is an F35%, which corresponds to the level of fishing that reduces your spawning biomass per recruit to 35% of that you'd have in the absence of any fishing. So if you're familiar with those processes, and I think they actually use these kinds of reference points in the BC management as well, this will just put you on a scale so that you can see how the Halibut Commission's harvest policy and some of these catch levels might compare to some of those systems. So here it is graphically. Here are the projections. In the upper right here is the projection of the stock trend in the absence of any removals. And you can see this, although it's quite uncertain, the stock is projected to increase in the absence over 1 to 3 years in the absence of any removals. The blue line here on the left-hand side of this figure shows you the stock trajectory given a level of removals that's around 40 million pounds. I'll show you the details of that level of removals. And you'll see that that's a fairly flat trend. And this is quite similar to what I've shown you in recent years, which is that our harvest policy for the last couple of years has been suggesting that if we take the level of removals corresponding to our harvest policy, we can expect a fairly flat stock trend in aggregate across the whole coastwide stock. You'll note in the bottom right here at the 60 million pound projection that you can actually start to see a fairly strong decline in the stock. And this is something that's become more and more pronounced. The difference between the top right panel and the bottom right panel is something that's becoming more pronounced over the last couple of years. And this is because we've come from a time period where the stock was declining on the heels of big recruitments in the 1980s and 90s that were dying out, and trends in size at age that were declining. And almost regardless of what we did during much of that time period, there would have been some to fairly major declines in the stock trend. As the stock begins to stabilize and our removals begin to more closely match the level of surplus production or the level of yield that we can take out of the stock each year without making a change in the stock size, we can expect that the response of the stock to smaller changes in management could be more pronounced. And that's what we've seen over the last couple cycles of these projections, is that the difference between large and small removals relative to our status quo, or our current level of removals, is becoming, the effect of those on the stock projections is becoming more and more pronounced over time as the stock begins to stabilize at its current level of biomass. So now I'll move into the decision table. And as I did last year, I've split the decision table into two pieces. The first piece is purely with regard to stock trend, because I want to show you results that are completely harvest policy free. Independent of any harvest policy, what's the likely stock trend over the next 1 to 3 years given various levels of removals? Now, I realize it's been a year and we've only been using this decision table for a couple of years, so I want to take just a second to orient you how to read this plot. Starting at the top, you can see this is a block about stock trend. This first block refers to spawning biomass. So you read from the top down, and I'm going to read from the top into column A. So the spawning biomass in 2016 is less than 2015 with that chance out of 100. So you can pick any level of removals and read across. For example, the top row there says that if we take no removals out of the stock, so this would be no Pacific halibut harvested out of the North Pacific next year, there is a less than 1 out of 100 chance that the stock would decline between 2015 and 2016. As the levels of removals go up, you can see that the probability of stock decline in 1 year goes up. Moving to the next column over, that's still the probability of a 1-year stock decline, but it's at least 5% decline. So if we have a fairly flat trend, it might be declining but only a little bit. What's the probability that it's going to go down by at least 5%? I'll point out a couple things here. One is that this isn't a perfect grid across the levels of removals. You'll note that there are 3 options there that are all right around 40 million pounds. So you'll note a pretty abrupt change in the probabilities there between the 30 million pound row right above that and the 50 million pound below. That's not because of some problem in the probabilities. It's because we've got 3 extra rows there, and I'll show you what those rows are in a second. But what I want to point out here is that all of these probabilities, the probability of stock decrease from 15 to 16 and from 15 to 2018 tends to increase fairly steeply right around 40 million pounds. And the probabilities for harvest in excess of that level are much higher than those lower than that level. Again, this is completely harvest policy free. It's just looking at, for any given level of removals that we might take out of the stock next year, what's the likely trend that we might see over the next 1 to 3 years? Again, assuming that we would repeat those removals for all 3 years down the road. Now, looking at the rest of the other side of the decision table, and I apologize, it's going to be a little hard for you guys in the back to read some of these numbers, but this PowerPoint and on all this material will be available after this presentation, so you can go back and look at the details here. You'll note that I've added in some names on these alternatives now, including the blue line, which you can see also marked across the middle here, shaded in blue, which corresponds, if I can get the mouse here, to just under 39 million pounds of total removals, or a 25 million pound fishery CEY. I want to point out this third column here, which is slightly different than the third column we used last year, which is the level of fishing intensity. And I'm using that SPR metric so that you can put this in the context of other fishing metrics and other harvest control rules in other places. Note that at the top there, the first row, it's F100%. So if we don't take anything, we wouldn't be reducing the spawning biomass per recruit at all. As we increase the level of removals, we're decreasing the amount of spawning biomass per fish that we would expect to have. Note that our blue line corresponds to an 46% based on the 4 models that are included in this year's Ensemble. And 60 million pounds would be somewhere right around F34%, or somewhere consistent with where the North Pacific's overfishing limit would be. This box that I've highlighted here on the right-hand side shows you some of the fishery trend information. And this is what we were asked to put this in early on. Everybody has a different column or columns they're interested in this decision table. The fishery trend really poses the question, if you took a certain level of removals, whatever row you're on, what's the probability that you could take those removals and then get back to the blue line sometime in the future without taking a reduction? So what's the probability that we could step down toward it and then get back to it without having to take a reduction right now? And you'll note that the probabilities that we would have to take a future reduction to get back to a future blue line go up quite rapidly in excess of this year's blue line value. You'll also note, sorry, I already talked about that. The other thing I want to point out here is the first block there, which is stock status. And that's just measuring our spawning biomass against our 30% and 20% threshold and limit reference points, suggesting that under any of these scenarios, we would have a relatively low probability of dropping below either 30 or 20% equilibrium spawning biomass, suggesting that we wouldn't be getting down on that ramp part of our harvest control rule where we would be reducing the harvest rates as the stock got low. Again, these results will be available online, and you can go through and look in detail at all the numbers presented here. I want to take just a second to remind us that although every year we are improving our ability to include various sources of uncertainty in these analyses, there's always going to be more sources that we can't include here. Particularly, none of these models is perfect, or true for that matter. These are all approximations of what's really going on out there. Reality is reality, and these are just models. And to that end, we're doing our best to show and to include alternate ways to model this stock. So if you brought another team of stock assessment scientists in, they might create another model, and hopefully it would be somewhere in this collection of models that we're building now. But there are others that we'd be looking to construct. The dynamics of halibut, particularly the spatial dynamics and growth dynamics, are complicated, and they're probably changing over time as well. And our understanding is always improving. Every year when we look at these data, we learn something new about it. And that is a part of the uncertainty that we can't explicitly include in these models. Also, all of these analyses are conditioned on the estimates of removals. And if we're not getting our removals estimates right, if we're getting biased estimates of one or more sources of information, or if assumptions we're making about discard mortality rates or levels of bycatch or unguided sport removals, which are difficult to quantify sometimes, all of these analyses are conditioned on the removals that we're using. And that's an important thing to remember, that we're conditioned on those levels of removals. And we're doing our best to try and better understand the uncertainty in various components of the removals, but that's something that we're still actively working on. Okay, some conclusions from the data and the assessment part of this. I think you can see a lot of the story right in the data. You don't even need a model to tell you that, well, the stock indices were going down pretty rapidly for a decade. For the last 5 years, the stock indices have been fairly flat, and the catches have come down, and the stock has flattened out, suggesting that the level of removals that we were taking currently are somewhere in the ballpark of the level of productivity coming out of the stock. Again, you don't even need a stock assessment to show you that. In fact, a stock assessment is really just a fancy smoother for the data sets. The trend estimates, I think, from this year are a little bit more optimistic than what we've seen in previous years. And as I suggested on the figures of the 3-year projections, what we're starting to see is more sensitivity to management actions than we've seen in previous years. As the stock begins to stabilize at this level of biomass, the level of catch is becoming relatively more important to future trend than it was over the years when the stock was declining on the heels of big recruitments and big changes in size and age, over which we had no control at all. So now I'd like to go into just the last portion of this, which is actually...
Would you like to take just a short break here?
Sure.
Before we move into that section? Okay.
Absolutely.
Good. So why don't we take a 15-minute break? We'll come back at 25:02.
If everyone could take their seats, please, we're going to reconvene. Ian, just before you go on to the apportionment section, there's maybe one or two commissioners have some questions before you go into the next session. So I see Don has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Ian, it's been an information-filled presentation, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask a few questions. So if we could go back to slide 15. So my question is at the top of that slide, it talks about the scale of the circles. So when it says 0.25, does that mean, what does that mean? 25% of the harvest? What does that number mean?
So, make sure my mic's on here. That's exactly right. So the bubble on the right at the top there, those are the scale bubbles. The bubble on the right corresponds to 0.25, which would be 25%. So for example, if you look back to 1999, the third column in, you'd see that the catch of 12-year-olds, which would be that 87-year class, would have been pretty close to 25% of the catch in number of fish for that year. So those bubbles add up within a year to 100%.
Okay, okay.
Showing you the distribution of the numbers of fish in the catch for that year.
Okay, thank you. That helps a lot. And then the second question was just touching on logbooks. You're using logbooks to as part of the weight per unit effort calculations. And are we currently, what are we using for? Are we using Snap-on gear for logbooks currently? And then I have three components of this. Are we using Snap-on gear for the logbook data? And then can you give me an idea of how much of the catch is recorded in the logbooks? Is it 60%, 50? I mean, because there are areas that have no logbook requirements, parts of Area 4, and I'm wondering if there's areas in Canada where they have, is all the commercial catch in Canada recorded in a logbook? I'm not sure. So that's the gist of that question is Snap-on gear and then percentage of catch logged.
So I'll take the first part of that first. Actually, let me preface by saying that we've done some pretty extensive investigation of our logbook analysis this year, and I'll be presenting more of that information at the annual meeting, and we'll have a chapter in our RARA document about that, describing its information. So I'm going to try and pull a few numbers just out of memory here, but they may not be exactly what's in that document because I don't have those slides in front of me. In terms of what we use for the commercial logbook weight per unit effort, we use, the focus is on fixed hook gear. However, in area 2A and 2B, there's such a high fraction of the total gear being deployed that is snap gear that we use snap gear in 2A and 2B. How does that correspond to the total landings? So the analysis that we do on a coastwide level, the logbooks that are included in this figure represent somewhere around 50% of the catch. If we were to include all snap gear in all areas as well as auto line in all areas, we would be representing somewhere around 75% of the catch available. And it does vary a little bit area to area. That's kind of the scale. So the reason that we use, we standardize to the gear and we don't, the reason that we have used fixed hook gear in the past is because we do see a lower catch rate for snap-on gear. And if the proportion of those two gears changes over time, if, for example, if we had a flat stock and the proportion of snap gear was going up, we would see that as a declining trend in this index that would not be representing the population, but would be representing the change among gears. So that's why we try to standardize among the gears. However, I'll be showing you in the RARA and at the annual meeting more detail about some standardization efforts that use all the gear, all the logbook information we have available.
I'm sorry, and then is everything in Canada logged? I don't know, I'm asking.
We have pretty high coverage rates in Area 2B because we use both snap and fixed hook gear. I don't know the percentage off the top of my head, but it's quite a high percentage of the landings are represented. In BC, we do have, I believe it's around 75% currently of the landings are represented in the logbooks that we include. The issue in 2B is that because it's a fully integrated line fishery, there are sets being made which are mixed target sets. So in the logbooks, a target is recorded for each set, and our port samplers are really good about interviewing the skippers and making sure that those are the right targets. If they are targeting, for example, if they're targeting a mix of species rather than just halibut, then we would not want to include those logbook records in this standardization because we want it to reflect just targeted halibut effort. And so the BC fishery has had an increasing ratio of mixed sets in that fishery. At this point, we're still getting about 75% of the logs represented in this analysis. But it is an increasing trend. So over time, we may have to look at that component of the BC fishery in particular.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dave, I think you have a question.
Ian, this is a popular one from 2B fishermen. You've probably heard it before, but it's even more apparent this year that there's a growing dichotomy in 2B between the survey WPUE and the fishery WPUE. The question I get is, why doesn't the survey in 2B see the fish that are milling around in unprecedented numbers in that area if the fishery CPUE means anything at all?
Well, the shortest answer is I'm not sure. It could be due to a lot of different reasons. I can't tell you for sure why, but I can suggest a couple of reasons that might be contributing. One is that our setline survey is essentially a snapshot in the middle of the summer. And to the degree that there are fish moving through corridors early and late in the season and becoming particularly available in particularly dense aggregations in the spring or in the fall, that could be one reason why the fishery could be encountering higher catch rates than the setline survey. Another is the degree of patchiness. We do see different patterns in different regulatory areas in how patchy the survey catches are distributed. The farther south we go in Area 2, we tend to see hotspots of high survey catch rate in some areas and lower catch rates in many of the other areas. And our survey design is a pretty coarse design, even though we have, I think, around 1,400 stations fished this year. It's still on a 10-mile grid, and it's not covering every bit of the habitat. So to the degree that there are hot spots in between our survey grid that we're not measuring, on average across a broad area, we should still be getting a reasonable estimate of the trend in that stock. But there may be particular areas that we're missing, and the areas that are most patchy will be most susceptible to that. We see that particularly down in 2A, where 90, maybe not 90, but a large fraction of our catch comes from just a very small subset of the stations.
If I could just follow up then, does that then mean that the current harvest policy that uses survey CPUEs times bottom area as an apportionment tool is inappropriate in the areas where there's patchy distribution?
I wouldn't say that. We don't have any reason to believe that across the entire regulatory area we would be sampling out of proportion to the habitat that's there. We have a pretty broad number of stations, and we should, on average, catch hotspots in proportion to their occurrence. If we were to try and think about apportionment on a sub-regulatory area level in a particular small geographic zone, I think that would be absolutely the case. But across a broad regulatory area, I'm not sure it would be.
Ian, I had one question as well, and it came across in your report on future research. And in page 3, it talks about continued expansion of the ensemble of models used in the stock assessment. And in your opening slide, you talked about increased number of models or ensemble models. So it got me thinking, okay, more research and finding more models, but I guess, what's your vision as far as the end game or the future?
So we've been through a lot of different kinds of stock assessment models in the last 30 years for the halibut stock, and every shoe we try on, we find it doesn't fit quite right. And we've improved over the last 3 cycles. We've improved the breadth of the different models and the different set of assumptions that are going into the ensemble. I think we're all quite interested in what a spatially explicit model might tell us about the stock, and whether that will be a model that is robust enough to include in the ensemble and makes sense to provide management advice is something that we need to think carefully about. We need to develop that model, and we need to review it in detail with the scientific review board. It's not just because it's more complicated doesn't make it a better model, but that is definitely one of the models that I think we would be looking at to potentially evaluate. As you saw this year, there were at least 2 different models, the VPA model and the surplus production model, that we evaluated, and they helped us to put these other models in context, but they weren't quite up to par for using it to generate management advice, for including explicitly in the ensemble. So I actually don't see, I see further refinement of some of these models, some of the data going into these models, and some of the assumptions, perhaps variations on several of these models here, different sources of uncertainty, but the only real major different kind of model I could see including here would be a spatially explicit model that actually tries to deal with migration and recruitment distribution.
All right, thanks very much. Not seeing other questions here. Maybe we'll go on to the next section around apportionment.
Okay, well, sorry about the cliffhanger there. We're now back to getting really close to the catch tables that I'm sure you all want to see. I am moving now into the description of apportionment, and after that I will talk about the harvest policy and get to the actual catch tables. We're most of the way through this slide. If you noted the number of slides there, I have a few extras in case there are questions, so we don't actually have to get through all of those. We are getting fairly close to the end of the slides here. So first I want to just recap, what is apportionment? Apportionment is really just the way that we see the stock currently distributed. So we apportion the 032, or the legal size survey weight per unit effort. And so we use our set line survey to give us some indication of how the stock is currently distributed across the regulatory areas. We make several important corrections to account for things that we know might change how we see the survey biomass in a particular area. One of those is fishery timing, and I should acknowledge that my colleague, Dr. Ray Webster, is actually the mastermind behind these calculations, and if I mess something up here, it's entirely my fault but not his. So there's several things that we correct for when we do the apportionment. The first is fishery timing. If we take all the fishery catch out before the survey occurs, of course we're going to see less fish in that area in that year. Likewise, if we take all of the fishery catch out afterwards, that's also going to influence. That tends to be a fairly small contributor because we're not taking a huge amount of fish in the fishery relative to what we think the stock is in a particular area. We also account for hook competition. If we go out and survey an area and 90 out of 100 hooks have dogfish back on them, well, obviously we couldn't catch a halibut on those hooks. So we need to account for that because that does vary importantly among regulatory areas. We also note that in some cases, particularly in 2A, and this is more of a historical issue than a current issue, there is some interannual variability. And so we actually use a 3-year smoother, although the apportionment largely represents the survey distribution in the most recent year. There's a very low contribution of previous years. Apportionment, and in fact the series that I showed you when I showed you the setline survey time series also account for 3 other factors. One is some areas that we don't sample every year. The Salish Sea or Puget Sound is one of those areas. We calculate a ratio of how much catch we would see in there in years when we didn't go based on the years that we did go into that area, and we assume that that ratio from inside Puget Sound out to the coast stays the same for the years when we were unable to sample in that area. So in that way, the entire series is calibrated for areas that we have sampled one or more times but we can't sample annually. Secondarily, we also calibrate our survey estimates. The most important of these is the calibration to the NMFS Bering Sea Trawl Survey. So we don't sample a great part of the Bering Sea flats. And in 2006, we did a calibration study where we had paired stations, and I think Ray will talk a little bit more about this with regard to our survey expansion later today or tomorrow perhaps. But we calibrate to the size fish that we see in our set line survey. The trawl survey catches, getting a little feedback here. The trawl survey catches a large fraction of small fish, which we wouldn't see in our set line survey. We do a length-based calibration to filter down to the size range that we do see in our set line survey, and we use the annual trend in the Bering Sea Trawl Survey to inform the density estimates for the Bering Sea. In addition, and I think this was a question online that I can address now, the survey series that I've been presenting to you, as well as these apportionment results, reflect the survey expansions, both into Northern California last year and even farther into California this year, as well as expansion into stations that were previously unoccupied in Area 4A and in deep areas, as well as some improvements to our calibration of deep water estimates across the whole coast that Ray was able to complete this year, using for areas in Alaska, using the NMFS Sablefish survey, which samples water that both overlaps the deep edge of our survey and also extends out into deeper water. In most regulatory areas, there's actually very little deep water, and this calibration has a very small effect. However, out in the Aleutians, it tends to have a slightly larger effect, which was actually why we targeted Area 4A for the deep water expansion in the first year. So, in a nutshell, all of those factors are accounted for when we use our survey catch rates to infer how the stock is currently distributed. So let me show you where that's been. So this is the apportionment distribution, or how we think the stock was distributed as of 2000. And because it's a 3-year average, we had a pretty comprehensive survey in 1998. This is, 1997. We had 97, 98, 99. This would be our estimate going into year 2000. We'll point out a couple things here. One is that in year 2000, we had about 2/3 of the stock occurring in the Western Gulf, Bering Sea, and Aleutian Islands. We had about 25% of the stock in 3A, and we had just 12.5% of the stock in Area 2. So the stock was largely distributed to the west and to the north. This is in year 2000. Now, how has that changed over time? So this figure shows you a bar chart of the percentages and how they've changed in each year from 2000 through to 2015. And you can see a couple of things quite clearly here. One is in the Western Gulf, you see some big declines, especially in 4A and 3B, in the percentage of the stock that we think was distributed in those areas. Contrastingly, across on the right there, you can see Area 2C, 2B, and 2A are all at much higher levels of the coastwide stock now than they were in the past. Apportionment has been increasingly suggesting for the last at least 5 years, and perhaps even more, that more and more of the stock is occurring in Area 2. If you look up in the top left there, you can see the Bering Sea, which has been largely stable over the early part of that time series, and then over the last 5 to 6 years, it's actually been increasing slightly, indicating that the fraction of the coastwide stock that's occurring in the Bering Sea has actually been flat to increasing over this time period. So where does that get us to in 2015? Well, here are the percentages corresponding to where we are right now at the beginning of 2015. This is our best perception of how the stock is currently distributed. And there's some big changes to where we were in 2000. Now you see there's about 1/3 of the stock in the west and in the north. The Bering Sea has been increasing, so these declines have largely been in 3B, 4A, and 4B. There's now about 1/3 of the stock in Area 3A, so its contribution to the coastwide total has actually gone up. And there's actually about 1/3 of the stock now occurring in Area 2. The question that I usually get about this is, well, what's happening here? Is this individual fish moving from west to east? Is it different exploitation rates occurring in different parts of the range of the stock? Or is it a change in how the recruits are being distributed, either when they're born or between the time they're born and the time they recruit to the commercial fishery? And the answer is yes. It's probably all three of those things going on. And unfortunately, it's very difficult to tell the difference between those three things because we don't see these fish really until they get to be 8 or 10 years old when they're entering the fishery. And so it's probably all of those factors combined. But what we've seen in aggregate is a very big change in how the stock has been distributed. We've gone from 2/3 of the stock out west to 1/3 of the stock, and from 12.5% of the stock in the east to almost 1/3 of the stock in Area 2, which is a very big change in the distribution of the stock. It would be nice if there were rules for the population, like the distribution can't change that much over years because it's awkward for management and makes the apportionment percentages change. But unfortunately, biology is a little more complicated than that. And it's quite possible that these kinds of trends are not anomalous, that in fact this has been going on throughout the history of this stock, that this is just a natural cycle of how the fish move back and forth. But like I say, it's very difficult to distinguish between changes in where juvenile halibut are going, changes in migratory patterns of adult halibut, and differences in exploitation rate among different areas. Despite the fact that those fish move, there also will be a contribution of that. So that leads us now into harvest policy. So apportionment is really just how do we think the stock is distributed. It doesn't have any harvest policy embedded in it. The harvest policy sits on top of apportionment. Now, the harvest policy is what do we do about those apportionment estimates. And the harvest policy gives us two targets. The first is a target of how to distribute the TCEY, or the yield of fish that are over 26 inches in length. And that target comes from both apportionment and from the target harvest rates we apply in each area. The second target we get from the harvest policy is the scale of the TCEY. It's how many fish can we take out of the stock across all areas, not just how to distribute them, but how many can we take out. And that comes from the historical simulation analysis, looking at exploitation rates and changes in recruitment and size at age over time, trying to find an exploitation rate that gives us a pretty good yield most of the time. So focusing in on the first target, I just showed you this figure of the apportionment percentages. So here's the apportionment. Now, on top of that sits our target harvest rates. And we apply a higher harvest rate to the eastern side of the stock, Area 2 and Area 3A, 21.5%, than we do to the western side of the stock at 16.125%. What this means is that if we look, for example, at the apportionment percentages, for example, just look at 3A, is 33.5%. Our estimate is that about 1/3 of the stock is occurring in Area 3A. But we're applying, the harvest policy suggests a higher harvest rate there. So now when we look at the target TCEY distribution, we see several percentages higher in Area 3A because we're applying a higher harvest rate in 3A and Area 2. So all of Area 2 and Area 3A end up with a greater percentage of the catch than their percentage of the apportionment. Again, we apportion the biomass, and then we're applying different harvest rates based on the harvest policy, and that gets us to the target distribution for the TCEY. Now with this target distribution, we can then compare any set of catch limits to that target distribution and see how does it compare to that limit. So for example, I'll just show you the adopted limits that we had for 2014 compared to the target TCEY distribution. And what you can see here is that the target TCEY distribution would have suggested proportionally more harvest across the middle of the stock and slightly less at the ends of the stock range, 2A, 2B, 4B, and 4CDE. We can also look at the second target, which is what's the scale of the total harvest. So now this is at the coastwide level, and this figure is showing you the realized harvest rate, not the harvest rate that we predicted at the time, but the realized harvest rate in the gray bars relative to our harvest policy, which is the blue line for each year. And at the very end there, you see a couple of dashes on 2013 and 2014. I want you to particularly note 2014 there. The green dash is the harvest rate that we were projecting based on the 2014 adopted catch limits. And you can see it was a pretty substantial step down in harvest rate toward the blue line from harvest rates in previous years. But you can see that the gray bar is somewhat in excess of that rate. And what that means is that we actually ended up with a greater harvest rate, in fact, more removals than we projected for 14 based on the adopted catch limits. And I'll show you in a minute just where that difference came from. So again, the green bars here are what we projected, what the adopted catch limits were projected to correspond to, and the gray bars are what in retrospect we see those harvest rates being realized at. So those are the two targets available from our current harvest policy. In order to generate the catch tables that I'm about to show you, we apply both of those targets. So we apply the TCEY distribution. So the harvest of O26 fish is in proportion to the distribution that we estimate for the stock with the target harvest rates. And we also match the scale of the TCEY, the total coastwide level of harvests. We then project the removals. Now, remember that we're projecting some things we can project, things that are inside the fishery CEY or under catch sharing plan. We know how those scale in the future. Some things are more difficult to project. So, for example, unguided sport fishing in Alaska or bycatch rates. These are things that are not easy to project. And so what we do to project those quantities is we use the most recent estimates that we have. So we would be using the estimates from 2014 to project the likely values for 2015. What we saw last year is the most likely thing we're going to see next year. But we know that's not always the case. All of those things go up and down year to year. So we would expect some difference between our projections and the actual values that we realize after the fact. The other thing I'd like to point out is I made quite a point of showing you how much uncertainty we have in current stock size. But when we do these catch tables, there is no uncertainty built into these tables. The uncertainty that we can build into these tables would be, in a sense, a sensitivity analysis. So if the commissioners or if somebody wanted to see a catch table that said, well, what if there wasn't this change in the future, or what if a certain component in the catch table changed in the future, we can create those catch tables and create those scenarios. And that's really the only easy way to get uncertainty into these catch tables. So there's another change that we're making this year, and it's in response to a request the commissioners made at the annual meeting last year, and that is to provide more full accounting of all sizes and sources of removals. So in the past, we would have presented you with a table with just a few rows. The first row would have been the non-FCEY removals, or in the past we've called these the other removals, and it would just be simply a sum of everything that wasn't included in the FCEY. We'd also present the FCEY row, which historically has just been the commercial fishery, but in most areas, but in the last few years, Area 2A and 2B have had catch sharing plans in place for quite some time. Starting last year, Area 2C and 3A also had a catch sharing plan in place, and so the FCEY was not just landings, but it also included sport removals. But in the past, we would have just shown you the total FCEY, and those two things together equal the total TCEY. And that's what we would have presented in the standard catch tables. If that's all you're interested in, you can still get that information out of these expanded tables. You don't have to try and read all the numbers in these tables. But we've had enough questions and enough interest in the actual values going into each of these numbers that this year we're going to be presenting a little more detail. So I'm going to show you more detail, and then I'm also going to back up and just show you some comparisons of just the fishery CEY. So the first thing you can see is that there's a lot of different pieces in the other removals, and there are different pieces in different regulatory areas, and that depends on the specific catch sharing plan in that regulatory area, which sources of removals are in and which sources of removals are out of a particular catch sharing plan. I will note that, and Heather made this comment as well, this year we finally have estimates of discard mortality in the recreational fisheries or wastage in the sport fisheries, and those are included in this table here. So note that there are a variety of different sources included or excluded in the catch sharing plans in Area 2A through 3A that are either in or out of the other removals. Again, if you're not in one of those areas or not interested in those, you can always just look at the total at the bottom. The second piece is the flip side of that, which is that all those pieces that weren't in the other removals in a particular area are in the fishery CEY in those areas. You'll also note that in some places, for example, 2C and 3A, it gets particularly complicated because there are sport removals that are outside the catch sharing plan. Those are the unguided sport removals. And there are sport removals that are inside the catch sharing plan. Those are the guided sport removals. So it depends on the particular area. Again, we're just providing this detail because we've had a lot of interest in what each of the components are in those totals. So you can now go into the tables and look those up. The other big piece that was missing in previous catch tables was the rest of the mortality story. So at the bottom here, we have the U26 mortality. And what you can see there is that the U26 mortality is comprised predominantly of commercial wastage and bycatch. And the real point here is that there's about almost 3 million pounds of mortality projected for 2014 that wasn't visible in the catch tables. So now you can see all the pieces. You can see all the various sources of mortality. And you can see which regulatory area it's occurring in and which component is responsible for it. So what that means is that you can add all these up now, add the totals, and actually see what we estimate the total removals from the halibut stock to be for any year that we're projecting a catch table. Now this is the table for the 2014 adopted catch limits. And this is the projection that we made based on those limits of how much mortality. We were expecting just about 39.6 million pounds of mortality. As Heather noted earlier on, there were some changes. And the three biggest changes were increases in bycatch in the Bering Sea, both O26 and U26, up substantially. And the third biggest change was the additional removals in the guided sport fishery in 3A that Heather noted, ending up at 2.18 million pounds. So in aggregate, we actually ended up, instead of 39.58 million pounds, we ended up at 42.5 million pounds, with much of that attributable to bycatch and the remainder to, and a good chunk of that also attributable to sport removals, which came in above. We would expect lots of these various sources to be slightly higher or lower because we are making projections. But in this case, in 2014, there were several big components that were much higher than we projected for 2014. So what if we just took the same status quo fishery CEYs and rolled those over into 2015? Well, we would get a slightly different picture out of the TCEY distribution. And this is because the sport removals and the bycatch removals have changed substantially since our projections for 2014. This is how the distribution of TCEY would look if we took the same fishery CEYs from 2014 and rolled them over into 2015. This is what the total removals, or the total TCEY removals consistent with our current harvest policy would look like. So that open bar at the end of the time series there would be the harvest rate that we would project for 2015 if we rolled over those 2014 fishery CEYs. And you'll note that it is slightly below that green bar there at the end, meaning that we would be projecting a slightly lower level of removals for 2015, even if we kept the same fishery CEYs. And let me break that down for you. So this is the table that we would project if we took the status quo fishery CEYs into 2015. Note that we're projecting just over 41 million pounds here rather than over 42 that we realized in 2014. And the difference here, this is one of the major differences, is that, for example, for 2C and 3A, we would be projecting that those guided sport fisheries would get back to, based on regulatory measures likely to be adopted, they would get back to their designated percentage in the catch sharing plan. Now again, this is not a prediction of, I don't have a crystal ball to say that this is going to happen. This is just how we have structured the projection. So for example, if the commissioners wanted to ask, well, what if they went over again by 400,000 pounds in Area 3A, I could calculate a catch table that would represent that. But we try to calculate a catch table that best represents what we think might happen next year, realizing that we may need to do some sensitivity, that decision-making may be more complicated than just making the assumption that they will get back to the exact percentage of the catch sharing plan. They may also be under those values. It's hard to say. But I wanted to point out how we're structuring these projections. So this is, in fact, the 2015 blue line. This is probably the table that most of you have been waiting to see. And I'm going to spend just a second here, and then I'm going to go to a summary so that you can actually just compare this to last year's blue line and the status quo levels. The first thing I want to point out, really the biggest change in this table, is the fishery CEY in the Bering Sea in Area 4 CDE. Note that at the blue line, the total fishery CEY is projected to be 370,000 pounds in Area 4 CDE. However, look at the bottom there as well. The total mortality is actually projected to be 5.2 million pounds, and that reflects the large increase in bycatch. Again, remember back to the apportionment slide I showed you in the survey trends. The survey has been increasing in the Bering Sea, and the apportionment fraction of the coastwide total has been increasing in the Bering Sea. The stock appears to be stable and actually increasing somewhat. In fact, the total TCEY at the blue line for 2015 is about 600,000 pounds larger than the blue line we were projecting for the Bering Sea last year from last year's stock assessment. The difference is that there's been a very large increase in bycatch in the Bering Sea. I'll also point out that this year we were able to update our bycatch length frequency information based on the most current year from the North Pacific Observer Program. So the split, in order to divide bycatch between U26 and O26, we need the length frequencies from the bycatch. And we're now using the values from 2013, the most recent complete year of sampling, to make that split. And part of that change indicated that there was a slightly higher fraction of O26 bycatch in the Bering Sea than there had been in the past. So let me cook that down now into a simple table here. This is just the fishery CEYs. The top row is the 2014 blue line. So this is the harvest policy. This is the levels of fishery CEY consistent with the harvest policy last year for 2014. The adopted levels, or the status quo for that were actually set for 2014. And the bottom row here is the 2015 blue line. And I'll call out just a couple of changes here. There are several regulatory areas, including the total, which show an increase relative to the 2014 blue line. This is where this year's results are slightly more optimistic than they were last year. Note there's about 500,000 pounds more removals in this year's blue line than there were last year. And in fact, for the regulatory areas, the fishery CEY would be larger at this year's blue line than it was for 2014. Now, compared to the status quo, there would be 3 areas that would have a higher catch level at this year's blue line relative to the adopted catch limits for 2014. And those would be areas 2C, 3A, and 4A. Okay, as I've noted as I've gone along, this is just a simple set of catch tables and a simple set of alternatives in the decision table. In previous years, we have generated several additional levels of alternate harvest levels and alternate catch tables based on different assumptions that the commissioners or other people involved in the process have wanted to see as the process unfolded. And that's really my job, is to make sure I've made these tables to illustrate how the stock responds to different levels of removals. And the blue line just represents the application of our current harvest policy. But I fully expect to create any additional rows that we might need to inform the decision-making process as we go from the interim meeting here of just looking at this information to the annual meeting where decisions will actually be made. And with that, I think I can take some questions on this section at the discretion of Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, lots of numbers and tables. So I do anticipate there'll be some questions. I think I'll start with the commissioners first and see if there's any questions from commissioners.
Yes, Ian, in area 4A, there's a suggestion that the projection is up almost 500,000 over the year before of what we might be able to harvest. And I'm interpreting that what's driving that is the survey numbers are double-digit, almost 20% up from the year before. How much did we do an expanded survey area in there? Is that lifting this number at all? Because I see that the catch per unit of effort or weight per unit of effort from the fleet and the people I've talked to in that area is down double-digit. So is there something there that's not readily visible, or can you help me with that?
I can. You've actually hit on all 3 of the components that are feeding into that. So the first, and I'm actually going to cut to an extra slide that you referred to that I think might be helpful for this discussion. So this is in fact a slide similar presentation to what I showed you for the survey weight per unit effort. This is the fishery logbook weight per unit effort. And you were specifically referring to the trend in Area 4A, and the downward trend is actually about 16% down from 13 to 14. And in fact, even the 5-year trend looks to be down in Area 4A based on the commercial catch per unit effort. So I did want to note that you had made reference to that. So there are 3 contributing factors to the change in 4A. The first would be we did do an expansion in 3A, and we did find quite a few fish, even within the depth zone of our survey area. We found quite a few fish in stations that had been previously unoccupied. We had previously occupied a large number of stations on the south side of the Aleutians and the eastern part of that area, and the stations farther west tended to have relatively high catch rates. So there is one component of the change in apportionment that is due to that expansion. However, the whole time series is corrected for that. So that's not why you're seeing a big percent change at the end of the time series for 4A. And perhaps I'll just jump back to that slide so people can see what you were referring to there. Apologize if I'm jumping around here, but I'd like to just highlight. So again, the middle row, the right-hand panel, Area 4A, there was a pretty big change, 29% increase from 2013 to 2014. And so that's the second component of this. Now, do note that 2013 was quite low, and there was much discussion at last year's annual meeting about how low that apportionment calculation was for 4A in 2013. So although there's been an increase relative to the blue line from last year, the relative trend that we're seeing in our survey has actually been flat to even decreasing slightly over the last 4 to 5 years. Now, the third component, and I'm sorry, I'm going to bring in one more new slide to get to this third component, which is the change in other sources of removals. And bear with me here while I get to this slide. So these are the estimated, actually, let me go to this slide here. This is the percent change from what we projected to what was actually realized in 2014. Again, what I showed you before was the change in this almost 3 million pounds of additional removals from what we projected to what was actually realized. And what I want to point out here, what I've color-coded in red are places where there was at least 100,000 pounds more removals than we projected, and in green are places where it was lower. And the third component contributing to that change in the fishery CEY in 4A is the fact that it was actually less bycatch. It was 110,000 pounds less O26 bycatch in 4A in 2014. And that O26 bycatch is a one-for-one trade. If it's saved in bycatch, it's directly available to the fishery CEY. So those are the 3 components feeding into why there was such a big change in the 4A apportionment estimate.
Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Ian. That's a lot of numbers. As you've noticed, I guess the most dramatic thing here is the 4CDE numbers. Everything else is relatively understandable and smooth, and not exactly, but you attribute it to bycatch, and I know you have the data, but the people are going to want to know pretty soon where that bycatch came from. So can we make those tables available by gear type, by area in the Bering Sea? All that stuff I think is going to be very important to the public as they try to grasp this, I can't do the devastating suggested reduction in the blue line. So I think that needs to get out there as soon as we can. And you said that the U26, O26 ratio, I'm making up the words, you might not have said it this way, was from the 2013 survey. And I think you're talking about the NIMS trawl survey, but I'm not certain.
So let me start from the beginning and work through your questions there. Yes, we will be the RARA chapter on bycatch will have the estimates broken out by fishery sector and by area, so we can see exactly where those components came from. To give you a quick synopsis here for this meeting, we were projecting about 3.6 million pounds of bycatch sorry, it might have been 3.2. We're projecting a little over 3 million pounds of bycatch for 2014. And the way we calculate those estimates, we take the bycatch estimates from the catch counting system through the end of October, and we need to make a projection for those last 2 months. And we use the average percent attainment of what turns out to be the total for the last couple of years to make that. So for example, if for the last few years 70 or 80% of the bycatch has been achieved by that time period, we would inflate this year's value by that much to get there. And that's what we did in 2013. It turned out that 2013 there was more bycatch in those last couple of months than we expected, and that estimate came in substantially higher. For this year, the estimate through the end of October was already almost 4 million pounds. So it was already substantially above where we had been projecting, and the additional bit that gets projected for 2014 would be on top of that. Again, using that same method. Those numbers will be available in our RARA. The second part of your question is how do we get the length frequency? How do we delineate between the U26 and the O26 part of the bycatch? And if I said survey, I misspoke. We're using the data collected by the North Pacific Observer Program, and we got the most recent complete year's data so that all the various fishery components are represented. So we have data from 2013, the length frequencies that were sampled across all the fisheries by the Observer Program, and each of those is weighted to that fishery, and then those fisheries are combined. So what this represents is the aggregate weight of U26 and O26 bycatch as best we can estimate it based on the 2013 length frequencies. So we are 1 year out of date on those, but we are much closer to being up to speed on those than we were last year.
Thank you. I may have misheard you. I thought you said survey, and so that's why I asked the question. So obviously the observer data is the right place to go for that. And then trying not to make this a rhetorical question, but you know, if you looked at I don't have the slide number in front of me, but the general trends of biomass by area over time, I don't think there was anything that was more stable than 4C, D, and E, and it actually showed an increase in the last few years. The very last year, and as I recall, the slide showed that for over 32 fish, the numbers were up 12% in 2014 compared to 13. And yet, if we look at what is tantamount to overfishing of halibut in the Bering Sea, that's a bad term to use, but fishing more than we had anticipated by a lot, how do you rationalize, or how do you explain the fact that in spite of taking these extra fish, and the population in the Bering Sea seems more stable than any place else and actually shows some increases? Is there any inconsistency there? How would we start to get our minds around that set of facts?
A couple of comments there. It wasn't, I don't think, an entirely rhetorical question. I want to point out first from the 2014 blue line, 4CDE, the TCEY for 4CDE, I'm highlighting here, was 2.91 million pounds. So this was our blue line going into last year. And now I want to go back, excuse me. I want to go back to this year's blue line. So 2.91 million pounds. And this year's blue line, the TCEY, is actually 3.48 million pounds. So the apportionment calculations are reflecting a fairly big increase in the amount of yield that we think is available in the Bering Sea. So your synopsis that what we're seeing up there are increasing trends is exactly what we're seeing in the response from apportionment. So we actually saw quite a large increase in the TCEY. The difference is in where the removals are coming from. So the fact that the fishery CEY went down is in contrast to the fact that we think the total yield available in the Bering Sea has actually gone up. Our estimate of that yield has gone up substantially from last year. I will point out that the Bering Sea is an area where it's the single largest area where we are calibrating our survey to the Bering Sea Trawl Survey. And that calibration is based on the paired survey that was done in 2006, which was quite a while ago now. And this is why we have prioritized a repeat calibration for that estimate for this coming season, as a high priority, because the biomass estimate in the Bering Sea flats as a function of that calibration is the biggest contributor, the biggest single contributor to our biomass estimate in the Bering Sea, and probably our greatest source of uncertainty because of that calibration.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions from commissioners? Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Ian, I'd like to stage this question by referring to your slide 6. And you noted in your talk the, yeah, those are the percentages I wanted to see at the bottom. The rather striking dichotomy between the reductions in the landings in the directed fisheries and the reduction in the bycatch. And I know the Commission has expressed its concern around the very significant reductions in the halibut biomass and the directed fishery, and the relatively much smaller reductions in bycatch that have been achieved. And so my question is, what would the blue line look like if in the risk assessment table, rather than your projected estimates of bycatch by area in the North Pacific, you inserted the, in the case of Alaska, the prohibited species caps for halibut, and in the case of Area 2B, the 1 million pound bycatch mortality limit. So I don't expect you to produce that today, but it might be something that would be interesting to see. And the reason that I mention that is that, or the reason I bring this up is that it's not inconceivable that bycatch in the respective areas could ascend to those levels if fisheries changed in those areas. And I'll just use 2B as an example. We used to have a very large peacock fishery in Hecate Straits, and I'm told that's where the majority of the halibut bycatch came from. That's why there's a 1 million pound cap there. That reflected what was going on in those days. The peacock fishery is much diminished, but I know the trawl sector in BC live in hope that it's going to recover, and they would then expect to be able to fish up to their 1 million pound bycatch cap rather than be taking in the vicinity of 250,000 pounds as they are today. So could we see that at some point?
Yes, I could definitely create that analysis. In Alaskan waters, the PSC limits don't correspond exactly to the IPHC regulatory areas. So I wouldn't be able to say for certain exactly how the bycatch would be distributed within those caps, but I could do just a simple analysis and assume that the relative footprint of the fishery stayed the same and the magnitude of the bycatch went up proportionally across all of our regulatory areas, even though it wouldn't correspond exactly to the PSC fishery and NIMS stat areas. But I could definitely do that analysis and have that for you guys at the annual meeting.
Ian, I had a question as well. If you went back to slide 37 and you talked about how the survey was adjusted to account for fishery timing, and I missed your explanation there.
Yes. So the correction for fishery timing has been most influential in Area 2A, where in some years they have had virtually their entire commercial fishery before the survey is conducted. And the issue there is just that if you conduct your fishery before the survey, you would expect to see slightly fewer fish relative to what were actually there during that year. Ray can speak more to this in his survey presentation, but it's generally been a fairly small correction. And as time has gone on, as the exploitation rates get lower, it becomes a very small correction. And currently, our estimates of the exploitation rates are low enough that it's a much smaller correction to the total than, for example, hook competition, which tends to have a fairly big influence on a year-to-year basis.
Okay, right. That explains that. I was puzzled. The follow-up question I had then goes more into apportionment, and also it's tied to the survey expansion. So there was a survey expansion this year in 2A and also in Alaska in 4A, I believe. And so I would assume that those would have had an impact on the apportionment, and I would assume that those have been taken into account in your tables that you've shown us here this morning. But and there are plans, and we'll be discussing this tomorrow, but there are plans to also undertake expansion in other areas. But I guess what I'm wondering is what would be the impact if you didn't include the data from where you've expanded in 3A, 4A, and 2A, what the impact would be on the apportionment. And the reason I'm asking about that is I'm wondering, I mean, the whole intent here is to get better information, and, but if we're sequencing this in over time, I'm wondering what the impact is on apportionment. Especially, I think right now, the schedule that we're talking about is over 4 or 5 years. So there would be an impact that would happen sequentially, potentially, and I'm just wondering if that is the best way that one would consider using the information until one has all the information.
So there's several questions in there. The first is, yes, these results do reflect the inclusion of all of the various expansions. We had, I think, quite a bit of focus on the effect of the California expansion last year. In fact, this year, the additional expansion stations in California caught 0 halibut, so there was no incremental effect of that expansion in that case. The next question is essentially how does this play out in terms of sequential addition of improved estimates for various areas? And I think Ray will present some more detail on this in his survey expansion document. But we're already using an estimator for all of the geographic areas of some sort. And what we're talking about when we do an expansion or when we piggyback or calibrate to another survey source of information is we're creating an improvement from one estimator to another, and we're including more information. So this year, we recognize that it might not be a great idea to, for example, expand into deep water in 4A and not try and make an effort to improve our estimates for deep water areas across all regulatory areas. And so in this case, in this year, we actually did that. So the Ray's estimates for deep water areas reflect the direct sampling we did in 4A from our stations, but they also reflect the calibration against the NIPS sablefish survey for the 4D edge and for the Alaskan waters down through the Gulf. We applied the relative catch rate from Area 2C into British Columbia, Area 2B, and we actually did do deep water stations in Area 2A for this year. So it wasn't just improving the deep water estimate for a single regulatory area. We actually improved those estimates across the whole range of the stock. And for most regulatory areas, the deep water expansion areas are very small in geographic scope, so they made a very small contribution to the total. I guess to get to your last question is, might there be another way to go about this? As an analyst, I would love to just do all of these expansions in 1 year and be done with it and have an excellent estimator for all of those quantities. But the pragmatic reality is we couldn't do that. And so we've tried to prioritize the ones we think are going to have the greatest contribution to our understanding of how the stock's distributed. And that's why we've got, for 2015, we have the Bering Sea flats calibration scheduled as the highest priority, because that is the place where we have the greatest uncertainty in a quantity that has a big effect on our estimate of biomass in the Bering Sea. That calibration is largely responsible for the scale of our estimate of biomass in the Bering Sea.
Thanks very much, Ian. Steve, are there questions on the webinar?
Yes, we have several questions from outside the room. We have had up to 108 people joining us via webinar, and about 83 people are following us on Twitter. I'll go through the questions that we have in the order that they came in. Some of them, I believe, have been answered by the discussion. And the first one came in early in the presentation. Melanie Parker contributed. CDFW asks, do the survey WPUE and numbers in PUE include the data from the 2014 expanded depth survey stations? And I believe Dr. Stewart just answered that question. Yes, they do. We have a question in via Twitter from Nicholas Dulvey. This came in during your charts, when you're presenting charts for the size at age and the change in size at age over time. And the question is, what is driving size? Selectivity, climate, prey? Question mark.
Yes. I think Nicholas is right on the mark there. Probably all of those things are contributing. What we know about size at age is that it was low in the early part of last century in the 30s and 40s. And we've, in fact, you'll see this written up in our RARA this year. We've just gone back and re-aged a subset of approximately 500 fish from each decade all the way back to the 1920s, because one of the things we haven't been able to rule out until this year is, well, what if our aging methods have changed? And what if the fact that those fish looked small for their age back in the 20s and 30s was really just a different way of aging those fish, and in fact they weren't small? Well, it turns out that the aging is very consistent. The surface aging that was done back then is remarkably consistent with the surface aging done now, and I think we've done enough. You'll see the write-up on it this year. But we've done enough to know that the aging method is not a contributor there. But probably climate and prey and or competition with other species, perhaps density dependence, and perhaps size selective fishing are all playing a role. We currently have a large grant in with the NPRB program, and Dr. Steve Martell, who's sitting over here, is our PI on that. They are looking at, and I'm sorry if I don't do a good job of summarizing this well. Steve can speak to this perhaps later, but they are looking at a variety of these factors, including diet composition, bioenergetics modeling, looking at the potential effects of size-selective fishing, and trying to integrate those all into a single analysis so they can get at the relative contribution of each to the story. But the short answer is it's complicated and there's a lot of factors involved. What I can say from the stock assessment perspective is it's something that we can measure very well. So although we have no idea at current exactly why we're seeing the trends we're seeing in size at age, when the year is over, we know with very high level of certainty what just happened and how big those fish were. And what we've seen from the historical period is that it tends to change fairly slowly over time. So it's very difficult to say whether things have flattened out and we're not seeing much in the way of decline. When we look at those individual plots of size at age, you see some ages are up and some ages are down. There's no clear continuing declining trend in the size at age, but it's probably going to be a number of years before we have enough data to actually see whether we're seeing just a stable size at age or whether we're starting to see any increase.
Okay, thank you. A question came in when you showed the target harvest rates, where they're 21.5% in the east and 16.125 in the west, and the question was, for areas with higher percentage of catch, could you mention if catch is from troll or hooking? And that's from Florence Thurchick.
So the target harvest rates and the apportionment give us the distribution of the TCEY, and that sets the level of O26 removals. The delineation within those removals in terms of how that's divided up between the directed fishery, bycatch, other incidental fisheries in areas 2A, 2B, 2C, and 3A, that's all determined by catch sharing plan. And in the other areas, it's determined by decisions made during the council process and the current PSC limits.
Thank you. One question was already answered about where the survey and scientific removals are accounted for in your full removal accounting. The next comment also came from Florence Thurchick, excuse me. And it's during the question from Commissioner Balsiger about the Bering Sea and she writes, wouldn't it be fair to mention Area 4E did not fish for halibut, at least in the Coastal Village Region Fund region? I think wouldn't it be fair to mention? I think that's more of a comment.
Okay, I do not know the details of the 4E fishery from 2014, but we could probably make a summary of that if people were interested.
Any other ones, Steve?
Yes, I have a couple more. A comment from Philip Leftenkopf also came in during the response to Commissioner Balsiger's question. And his comment is that the commissioners need to write a letter and present it at the February 2015 joint meeting with the Council. The letter should present the Bering Sea higher bycatch numbers in 2014 and the catastrophic effect on the 2015 directed halibut fishery in the Bering Sea areas 4C to E, and ask for the Council's immediate action to lower bycatch numbers to salvage the area 4C to E directed fishery. This is a disaster to our fishermen and communities. So that comment was from Philip Leftenkopf. And then the last question that came in following Commissioner Boyce's question from Lyle Pierce. I'm really struggling with how Area 2B can be slated for another decrease when our survey is up 3% and our commercial WPUE up 28%. And we have been harvesting above the blue line for some time. To me and many of our fleet, this just enforces that the apportionment model is missing something.
Well, I'm not going to answer that. I think that was a comment, but I think there might be questions in the room as well, so I'll just see if there's questions or comments within the room here. If there are, you'll need to come up to the microphones. Any other questions from the commissioners? Jim?
Just when do we expect the RARA or the Blue Book with the additional details we talked about would be available? Is that, I've forgotten what that schedule might be.
Well, the documents are being uploaded to you. I think we have live on it now, up to the Commissioner website. So as they're done, we're uploading them, and we should have them all uploaded by about the 20th of December.
Thank you very much.
All right, not seeing that there's any questions here, so I guess we have a couple of options, and there's no more online, Steve? So one is that we're scheduled to go to 12:30, I believe. So we could move on to a next agenda item, or we could break earlier, and well, I guess I'm easy either way myself, but yeah. So why don't we break earlier? And so it's 11:45, and we're scheduled for an hour for lunch. So why don't we just get back together at 1 p.m. Yeah. Is that agreeable? Yeah.
I'll move that.
Okay. Well, why don't we get going? Just before we move on to the next agenda item, which was going to be or will be the working paper on managing total mortality. During the lunch break, we had a bit of a chance to ruminate on the questions that had happened this morning, and I think there is potentially one issue that needs to be worked on between now and the annual meeting, and with the objective of resolving it. We've heard some information this morning around bycatch numbers. In particular, I think, Jim, it was 4C, D, and E, and maybe 4A as well. It wasn't quite clear to me about whether 4A as well, but there's seems to be a bit of a difference, or potentially a difference in estimates between what was reported this morning and what has been reported by U.S. agencies. And it could just be a matter of how the numbers have been reported, and but nonetheless, I think we want to make sure that everyone has a common understanding of what was reported today by the Commission, and as well to make sure that, and this would focus on 2014, and we think the way that that work could be undertaken between now and the annual meeting is to really have a small technical working group, 5-6 people. Probably, I guess, Bruce, a couple of people from your staff, I would think. And Jim, probably a couple from your agency, and NIMS, I would think, probably would have a significant role in that as well. Is that what your view would be?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we do need to do that. I think you pointed out that there's no conflict between the different estimates that are available that we're aware of, because our website, the Fishery Service, has halibut bycatch in round tons. The numbers that Ian is talking about are in dressed pounds, and even though I know that I could probably even do myself getting between pounds and tons, the other stuff is tricky. So we just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. We don't have two different sets of information that are available. So what you suggested sounds right. We'd have people from our regional catch accounting staff as well as someone from the observer program. And I can't speak to their schedules right now, but I think we need to do that.
Yes, and well, there's not probably a lot of working days now between now and the annual meeting, but Bruce, you would take the lead in coordinating the working group, please. With that, then we'd move on to the next item on our agenda, which is, I think, hearing from yourself. Is it Steve or Ian? Did I get ahead of myself? I did. I skipped down to bycatch right away. So we're on the MSAB report. Over to you, Steve.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. We had 2 years ago approval through the Commission process to establish a management strategy advisory body. And in that body, what we've embarked on is a process called management strategy evaluation. So I'm here today to report on the 2 meetings that we've had this past year. And by way of outline, just want to go over what this actual process is, comment on the 2 meetings that we had this year and the progress that have been made, speak specifically about the overarching objectives of the program and what we're trying to implement here. I'll spend then quite a bit of time on some of the new developments the advisory board went through this year in learning how this process works and how we can establish management procedures and evaluate those procedures. Briefly touch on the status of the operating model, our research priorities, and then developing candidate management procedures, and then finally comment on the governance that we're hoping to have through the Management Strategy Advisory Board in a few years' time. By virtue of the process, the overarching objective of the management strategy evaluation is to assess the consequences of alternative management procedures across a range of management objectives and bear the trade-offs in performance measures. So this is really what the board was formed to look at, is to look at the procedures or alternative procedures that we're currently using at the IPHC, how these relate to the management objectives that, again, the board has set forth, initial objectives, and then how they would perform inside a computer before we actually implement them in the fishery. And the procedure is as follows. The first thing we've done in our first year of this process was to define a clear set of management objectives, define a set of performance criteria which are related specifically to those objectives, and then develop a set of management procedures or options to be considered within the halibut fishery. And then have a means of calculating the performance of each of these procedures, and this involves a very complicated process which we use computer models and actually training people how to use these models so they can use them to actually convey the information themselves. With respect to the 2 meetings we had this year, the first meeting was held in May 2014 at our offices here in Seattle. just about all of our advisory board members attended this meeting. And the objectives of the meeting was to receive feedback on the objectives that we've defined in the first year. We demonstrated the use of a web-based interface that allows them to actually do policy simulation analysis, and I'll show you some of that a little later on in this talk. We got a lot of feedback from some of the stakeholders on the process, some of them ranging from very wide interests into what's going on, and some people have sort of sat back and said, let's just wait and see what happens. There was a lot of discussion in this first meeting about how we can modify these candidate procedures based on the feedback we've received from stakeholders in this position. The majority part of the meeting in May was to demonstrate an integrated coastwide modeling framework with bycatch and size limit examples. And I think we actually did that in a fairly interesting way, where the cart was very far ahead of the horse, so we had to sit back and sort of re-explain where we were going with all of that. And then outline the expectations for the October's meeting. And in October, we came back and updated, again, where we were at. We talked about the current status of the model. We had a graduate student working with me last year helping us develop this coastwide operating model that deals with a lot of the aspects Ian Stewart was talking about, where we're actually trying to develop a spatially explicit model, more as a research model, to see how we could use these tools. We spent quite a bit of time exploring this new tool that I'll show you for alternative policy options. So a lot of the questions we get from our members are things related to size limit changes, putting upper size limits or lower size limits, etc. Alan Hicks from the Northwest Center came over and gave us a pretty comprehensive comparison of the similar process they're developing for the Pacific hake fishery here on the West Coast, and that led to some very interesting discussions. We then focused a little bit of time on setting research priorities, and then the last part we're sort of deferring to later meetings as this process becomes a little more mature. The overarching objectives set forth in our management strategy evaluation process is basically ranked in order here. Our first high priority objective is biological sustainability. I think everybody in the room recognizes without a halibut stock, there is no halibut fishery. So we first and foremost have conservation objectives put forward. Second is the fishery sustainability and stability. So we want to try and identify what are the minimum thresholds that keep the fisheries operational and going, and how much variability can we accept in the future. Assurance of access. The processors who are involved in our management strategy evaluation process really stress the importance of maintaining market share. They really don't want to close the fishery. If they close the fishery, they lose market share, and then trying to buy back into that market is a very difficult process. There's also a strong interest in minimizing bycatch mortality and minimizing bycatch in general, as well as discards within the directed fishery, and then lastly, to serve the consumer's greater needs. One of the parts of defining objectives for fisheries is that you have to sort of put some meat and potatoes on those objectives. You can't just say we want to have a healthy halibut fishery. We need to be able to quantify what the terms healthy means. So a big part of the process, and it took a lot longer than I thought it was going to, was actually stating what an objective is. And what it has to be is a stated measurable goal. It has to be something we can quantify. We also have to assign to this statement how bad do we want to achieve this goal. So a probability statement, we would like to see the fishery open 99% of the time, is the kind of probability statements we're looking for. And then a time frame. Is it every year? Is it every 5 years? Or a period in which we want to try and achieve these goals? This was actually quite challenging. And at the end of our first meeting here in May of 2014, a subgroup of the Management Strategy Evaluation Board, Advisory Board, sat down and tried to specify these goals, link them to the objectives and the performance metrics, and then actually assign probability statements and time frames. And a more comprehensive list, this is just a sample table of that process, and I expect you to read it. But the full list is actually on our notes on our website if you're interested in this process and then how the IPHC staff has commented on these processes. The importance of defining objectives is very, very important in this process. First and foremost, we can use it as a screening tool. So if someone proposes a new size limit change in the fishery, we want to reduce the size limit or remove the size limit, and it doesn't meet our conservation objectives, that'll be the end of the proposal. We wouldn't carry it on any further and do any more work on it. So having those objectives set out a priori really helps us screen out these policies. It really helps us identify the trade-offs between performance measures. This is a thing we all learn young in life. You can't have your cake and eat it too. So you need to find out when you have conflicting objectives, how do you want to manage those trade-offs? Do you want to have a big catch with huge variability or a small catch with no variability? Those are the kinds of trade-offs we're dealing with. And then this whole process within the Halibut Commission, it really helps shape the decision-making process. So the process we've created here so far at the IPHC in the last few years is rather than providing catch advice in the form of a number, we now provide a table of a risk assessment, and the decision-making process is actually falls in the hands of the commissioners, the conference board, and the other bodies that provide input on this process. So what we're trying to do is actually develop a process to help shape how the decision-making is done here at the Halibut Commission, or at least gives us a better insight about what's going to be done. The last meeting in October, we spent a considerable amount of effort on sort of education with the Management Strategy Advisory Board. And it came from a quote that I'm going to read from John Woodruff in one of our meetings. He said, changing our harvest policy is just not that simple. There's a huge number of moving parts. They're all interrelated, and they affect the overall outcome. And it's very true. If you change the size limit, it can have a very profound effect on many other aspects of the fishery. So what we wanted to do was to try and build a tool where Mr. John Woodruff could sit down and change one moving part and then ask, how does this affect the overall outcome of the harvest policy? We're not at the full tool yet that we would like to get to where you can actually change the size limit and see how it cascades down through the entire decision table, and you can look at area apportionments, area-based TCEYs, etc. But we can understand a little bit about how the harvest policy changes. So we developed a website application where you can, almost like your own retirement planning portfolio, you can change things that you can do in your fishing operations. So you can change the size limits, or you can change your hook size on your gear and actually start targeting smaller or larger halibut, and then try and understand and learn how you can increase the efficiencies. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time in the next few minutes here going through some of the questions you can ask and how you can use this tool to answer those questions. And of course, this tool is up on a publicly available website, so if you want to play with it, you're more than willing to give it a try. Again, this model that I'm going to show you is an equilibrium model, and the objectives here is really to understand how each of the moving parts within our harvest policies, so these are things that we can manage, such as size limits, how we handle the fish and trying to lower our discard mortality rates, fishery selectivity, bycatch caps, how those affect the actual performance metrics that are used in creating our harvest policy here at the IPHC. How it affects the spawning biomass, how it affects the yield, how it affects the average weight of your yield, and the landed value, etc. Now, I want to emphasize here in red and somewhat bold that the alternative policy examples I'm about to show you are based on discussions we've had through the Management Strategy Advisory Board meetings, and they represent purely my interpretations of what's going on in these discussions, and they are not, to repeat, not recommendations being put forward by the MSAB. All right. I want to talk a little bit about equilibrium models, because this was something that was, when we first presented it to the Management Strategy Advisory Board, there was some confusion that I had a model here that basically would predict next year's outcomes. And the point here is that equilibrium models are fundamentally used for all harvest policy decisions. That's how we came up with the previous harvest policy. We did some long-term simulations and looked at the average performance. It turns out you can do a bunch of algebra and solve these equations analytically and look at the long-term average for a given harvest policy. Now, we currently use these in our MSY and our SPR-based reference point calculations that Ian introduced you to today with respect to the spawning potential ratio-based reference points. They're extremely useful for answering long-term policy questions. And perhaps the most important aspect of this is it's extremely fast. A management strategy evaluation and something that runs on a computer, for example, Alan Hicks doing this with Hake, when they ask a question, he has to spend half a day setting up his computer, and then the computer has to run for a couple of weeks, and then he can answer the question. The reason we use an equilibrium model is you can change the slider on there and see the answers instantaneously. And so I think this is a much more powerful learning tool in terms of educating how changes in size limits or changes in size at age can affect our fisheries in the future. Now, what an equilibrium model does is I've shown here just some examples of 100-year simulations which were used to develop our former harvest policy, in which we would build a population dynamics model, and then we would hold the exploitation rate constant at levels of 0, 5%, 10%, et cetera, all the way up to 40% for each one of these scenarios. And then we could calculate what is the average catch we would obtain over 100 years. So the wiggly lines just represent a stochastic population model, and then the horizontal lines fit through those represent the average catch you would achieve over a 100-year time period. You can take those results and you can plot on the x-axis the exploitation rate and what those long-term average equilibrium yields are. And what you start to see is how the points increase as the exploitation rate or fishing effort increases. And then at some point beyond, in this case, 20%, you start to see diminishing returns and the yield in the fisheries actually go down. So the simulations actually approximate the equilibrium calculations. So what I've done is turn this around on its head. Let's use the equilibrium model to approximate the simulations because it's much cheaper and much quicker to do so. So I hope that clarifies some of the confusion. I see my friend Peggy Parker in the back. Hi, Peggy. Some of my confusion on equilibrium models and why we use them for harvest policy analysis. So now I want to walk you through a couple of examples, and we're just going to look at one scenario of changing and asking a simple question. What would happen, or what is the impact of reducing the minimum size limit in the directed halibut fishery from the current 32 inches to 28 inches on the following performance metrics? So how would this affect the long-term yield in the directed fisheries? How would this affect the discards and therefore the wastage in the directed fishery? And how does it change the average size of the catch? And then what would the landed value of this new fishery be where we're now catching fish less than 10 pounds or being able to retain fish that are less than 10 pounds? So again, all you do to answer this question is you can go to this website. I don't expect you to read anything on there, but there's a little slider. It's as simple as clicking on the screen and dragging it to 28 inches from 32 inches. And then on the x-axis, on the graphic on the side, which you can see or choose, is a series of plots that look at the equilibrium yield that I just showed you. In blue would be the response from procedure B, and red is the response from procedure A. But you simply just change the size limit, and then you can go through all the outputs and look at this. So if I zoom in on the equilibrium yield, again, on the x-axis is a measure of fishing intensity, or you've heard Ian say exploitation rates. It's also a measure of how much money you're spending on fuel and bait. So the further out to the right you go on the x-axis, the more money you're spending to go fishing. Okay? So everybody would like to go out and catch as much fish as they can, but spending the least amount of money on fuel and bait. So you actually want to have a lower fishing intensity, but still maximize the yield. So the 32-inch size limit on the y-axis, which you're looking at here, is the long-term equilibrium yield in the directed fishery of roughly 35, 36 million pounds if we were fishing at a fishing mortality rate of roughly 23% per year. If we lower the size limit now from 28 inches, again, you go to the top of the yield curve there, and you're now catching close to 40 million pounds. And you're doing so spending less money on fuel and bait. If you look at how much fish you're handling, so these would now be sublegal fish, again in the red or salmon colored 32-inch minimum size limit, you would be handling close to 20 million pounds of halibut and throwing them overboard, and then the Halibut Commission would assume that 16% of those fish would die, and those would go into our calculations on wastage. If you reduce the size limit now, you can dramatically reduce how many fish you're handling, but this assumes that you've had no change in behavior of where you fish, when you fish, and also the size and age in the halibut population hasn't changed as well at all. But there is a substantial savings in the wastage and in the discards within the fishery. If you look at the average size now, again on this curve, if you have a very low fishing mortality rate, the average size of fish you're going to catch is quite big because we're not removing them as fast. However, if you're fishing at a very high rate, the average size of fish gets smaller and smaller. And so at a 32-inch minimum size limit, if we were fishing at maximum sustainable yield, the average weight would be roughly 16 pounds in the catch. And if we lower the size limit, of course, you're catching and retaining smaller fish, the average weight in the catch is going to decrease. The landed value is the interesting aspect of this. Because the composition of the catch now is made up of many more smaller halibut that are worth slightly less per pound, there's a potential loss in the actual landed value. So in summary, just reducing the minimum size limit to 28 inches, the fishery CEY would actually increase by, again, on a long-term average, by roughly 3.5 million pounds. The fisheries discards and wastage decreases as a consequence because you're now allowed to retain sublegal or fish less than 32 inches. The average weight of your catch coastwide would be reduced by roughly 2.5 pounds. And then the landed value really depends on what the processors are going to pay you for a halibut that's in the 5 to 10 pound class. And what I've figured out through this tool is if that price is roughly 2.5 or about 50% of the price set at the 1020s, the landed value is on par with the current fishery of a 32-inch size limit. So in both cases here, the landed value of the fishery is roughly $174 million if you're getting $2.5 bucks a pound for 5/10s. Now, one of the major concerns about reducing the size limits is that the fishery will now start to use smaller gear and start targeting the much more abundant small size halibut, especially a lot of these young males that just never get across the 32-inch size limit. So this shift, we call this a shift in selectivity, where you're now catching a higher proportion of young, immature halibut that haven't had a chance to spawn. And one of the consequences of doing that is that you have a greater impact on the spawning stock biomass. So if the selectivity were to shift to smaller size gear and start targeting smaller halibut, then there would be a required change would have to happen within the harvest policy at the Halibut Commission. For example, the blue line calculation would have to adjust its target harvest rate from, say, 21.5% to some value lower than that because you're now catching fish prior to them achieving that biomass peak. Moreover, the spawning biomass threshold, the SB 30% that Ian talked about, in which we would start to ramp down the fishing mortality rates, we would have to actually push that to a higher value and therefore close the fishery sooner because you're catching fish with a smaller gear. So this is not a change in size limit. This is a behavioral response to being able to target smaller fish. You would have increased discards again because all the savings you had on the discards was assuming you were catching using the same 60-knot hook, for example. But if you switch to something smaller, then you're going to be handling and catching a lot more smaller fish. You're going to increase the discards. Reduced average weight is an obvious one, and then reduced overall landed value again because the composition of the catch is much different because you started catching a lot smaller fish with the shift in selectivity. So that's our major concern about reducing the size limits. There's many more details, but this is the general picture. Now, there's also been a lot of curiosity within the MSAB about implementing an upper size limit and trying to protect those big old spawning females that potentially could contribute more to the population. So with a slot limit, for example, it's shown here in the red line of 32 inches to 55 inches, we would maintain the same target fishing mortality rate. The fishery CEY doesn't change very much. If anything, it goes down slightly because you're no longer allowed to retain those large, say, 100-pound females. The average weight of the catch also declines slightly because, again, and I mean only slightly, because when you do catch a fish in the plus 100s and you let it go, you're not going to be able to do anything about it. And then again, the landed value, again, also decreases slightly. So there's no real economic incentives not to keep them. But the part where it does hurt is that you're actually going to be imposing a higher total mortality rate. For example, if you have a quota of 100 pounds, you can go out and actually catch one halibut that weighs 100 pounds and throw it overboard, and then go out and have to fish 10 times harder to catch 10 halibut that weigh 10 pounds each to add up to your 100-pound quota. So every time you start throwing away a bigger fish, you've got to go out and catch more fish to fill your quota. So you're actually imposing more mortality on the halibut stock through all the additional bycatch and wastage. Moreover, you're also imposing more bycatch mortality on other species, on non-target species within the halibut fishery. A lot of arguments have been made, well, these big fish are very, very important, and the reason we want to protect them is that because say a 100-pound female is actually twice as effective at producing future generations of halibut than, say, 10-pound females. And so we call this in our field maternal effects. So the hypothesis is that these large old females have a much higher effective fecundity. They're better moms. They can raise more babies per 1,000 eggs than, say, a first-time spawner. So when we go to this tool now and we actually implement that, what happens is that in red, we now have a standard female that we currently assume, and then when we impose the effective fecundity of 2x on large 100-pound halibut, we would have to dramatically lower the fishing mortality rates in the fishery, and the yield would be much lower because the spawning biomass becomes much more sensitive. So it's a really counterintuitive result. Moreover, the harvest policy implications of having strong maternal effects would be to reduce the target harvest rate, reduce the FCEY in the fishery, and reduce the spawning biomass threshold within that fishery. Now, part of this is because we've just assumed the same B0. There is some confounding of it, but the net effects are the same. If there are maternal effects in this fishery, I don't think, if there are, I don't think, we could spend all the money in the world to figure out what they are. It's something you can't measure. If you want to assume that there are maternal effects and preserving big spawning halibut is important, just because it feels good, it's going to come at a huge cost of roughly over half the value of the fishery in this particular example. So some of the general lessons I think that came out of the last two meetings on this is that from a conservation perspective, size limits aren't really the answer. Using larger hooks and avoiding areas with smaller fish and avoiding handling things are much more effective than size limits. The selectivity in the fisheries trump size limits whatsoever. The selective fishing is better for larger average sizes. 56 out of 100 fish with our current size limit and our current size at age in the halibut fishery. Coastwide, 56 out of every 100 halibut caught are below the 32-inch size limit in these simulations. However, if you reduce that size limit to 28 inches, we can reduce that handling from 56 out of 100, so more than half the fish you catch you're throwing overboard, to just roughly 18% or 18 out of 100, therefore reducing fisheries wastage. The harvest policy implications are simply that fisheries selectivity, where and when and how you operate the gear, trumps size limits. Everybody knows high grading and how high grading is bad. Size limit is high grading. When you put a size limit in place, you basically have legalized the high grading process, and we know what high grading does to a fishery. Reference points are functions of the size at age. So as halibut size at age continues to change, we're going to always have to be updating our reference points, our spawning stock biomass reference points, as well as our optimal exploitation rates with the use of size limits. The other big general lesson that I didn't talk about specifically in this presentation today is that our harvest policy is inextricably linked with policies at other institutions. So for example, the bycatch caps that's put in place for the Bering Sea and the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council's management actions also are related to the Halibut Commission's actions on how we deal with harvest policies. This is always the exciting part for me is a lot of people walk into a room with intuitions that upper size limits or something like that will be really good and it'll save my fishery. And it's nice to have those intuitions and walk you through it and think about it. Ian and I also sit down and all of the branch of fishery science sit down and we write mathematical models of trying to figure out how a change in the size limit or a change in the size of age would affect things. I think some of the surprising lessons we learned from this is that reducing the discard mortality rate results in handling even more sublegal fish. So this was, everyone thought, wow, if we could just have good halibut release practices, we get to catch this fish 5 times before it gets to be big enough to put on the market. So it was a really interesting exercise. When you actually do something to reduce the discard mortality rates, you end up spending more money trying to catch that fish over and over and over again, and eventually, hopefully, it will grow into the legal size and catch it. You have to fish harder to catch the same quota. So when you start to limit what sizes you're allowed to fish, and you're catching all kinds of sizes, as soon as you make that limit smaller, so a slot limit, for example, you actually have to spend more time and money to go and catch the same 100-pound quota that you have. Slot limits creates more waste. That was someone thought, no, it'll be good for spawning biomass. It's actually worse for spawning biomass because you catch that fish, and which had a natural mortality rate of, say, 15%, you've now added on another 16% of mortality on top of that fish. You've actually created a worse problem than you did. You actually have to have more effort to require to catch the quota. You need to increase the spawning biomass thresholds. Therefore, you're going to be closing the fishery more frequently. And then the maternal effects would call for vast reduced fishing mortality rates. So that's sort of where we left off at our last Management Strategy Advisory Board meeting. Behind all this is a much bigger and loftier goal where we hope to have a very large coastwide and eventually spatially explicit operating model so we can actually start to simulate all of the interesting catch sharing programs and the different regulations that happen in each of the different regulatory areas to see what we can do on an area-by-area basis to increase the overall efficiency in our fisheries. This is a sort of what I initially thought was going to be a fairly straightforward project, but as I've learned more and more about halibut, how much data we've had, it's turned into a very daunting task, and also trying to educate the people who sit on the Management Strategy Advisory Board and keep them up to speed with what we're doing. So in May, we actually released a sort of version of this operating model to our Management Strategy Advisory Board. We had about 22 components that we've identified that would be necessary to build such as this model, this monster research model, and then Katerina and I, my graduate student working on this project as well, have completed about 17 of the 22 components that's necessary to start moving forward into this more spatially explicit model. we're now at a point where we're conditioning this coastwide operating model using the same stock assessment methods and results that Ian showed you today. And we are also performing simulations, assessing and doing the whole operating and management strategy evaluation, assuming perfect information. And this should be something that the Management Strategy Advisory Board will see hopefully within the next few meetings. And we plan to continue working on this model again, resuming our development back in after the annual meeting next year. I'm not going to go through these research priorities in detail, but I think one of the lessons we've learned through this process is that a lot of people think or what appears to be something in a model, for example, that's insensitive to fitting the stock assessment model. So, for example, last year Ian showed you a plot where knowing the sex ratio of the catch, or sorry, it wasn't the sex ratio of the catch. It was the discards? Yeah, the discard mortality rate. He doubled the discards and half the discards. And what he showed is the estimates of spawning stock biomass are virtually identical. So this has no effect or impact on the assessment results, but it has a profound impact on the harvest policy. The assessment models are a little bit plastic in that they can adjust parameters to basically get the same results, but how we go forward in time is an interesting scenario. One of the other big aspects on research priorities is really focusing on understanding how catch accounting and catch reporting affects what we do in the future. You can still do a stock assessment model with biased catch data. For example, if we're underestimating, vastly underestimating the catches in these assessment models, the assessment model is fine with that. What it's going to do, though, is give you a biased estimate of how productive the stock is. For example, a lot of fisheries, what happens is when they go to quota systems or establish annual catch limits, is that the fisheries figure out really quickly that, oh, if they start reporting their catch, everything scales up. So when we have, for example, bycatch problem, or bycatch fisheries, it's not a problem, we have bycatch fisheries, if those numbers are biased downwards, then our assessment model just says the stock is not as productive. So as we get those numbers more and more accurate, everything scales up, the bycatch scales up, the productivity scales up, and then we get a better estimate of what's going on and perhaps a less unbiased estimate. There's a focus on, or a huge amount of interest in preserving minor details. So looking at things like size at age or maternal effects, a lot of those things have little policy consequences. They're not that important. The precision of the modeling is really limited by the precision of the data, and where we should be focusing on is the data aspects that have lead to big errors and spend a little less time and money chasing minor issues. The sources of discard mortality rates is another discussion we've had internally within the staff as well as through the MSAB process. These numbers are known with no uncertainty. So we apply these rates to the fish with very little uncertainty associated. We know that there's a big source of uncertainty associated with those discard mortality rates. Moreover, we know that the discard fisheries are a very, very large part of the halibut fishery, especially in Alaska. And then yeah, I'll leave it at that. One of the big issues, and we want to try and convey this through the meeting process, is what procedures should we develop in developing these candidate management procedures. A management procedure within the management strategy evaluation focuses on all of the things that we can control. Everybody wants to manage and is curious about why size at age is changing. And yet that's something we really can't control. They also want to know about recruitment variability, and yet that's something, again, we can't manage. So management procedures, although they're very broad, really have to focus on the things that we can control. So whether it's whether we try to use apportionments or fixed allocations or shares, however we want to manage the fishery, size limits, selectivity, gear restrictions, seasonal closures, those things that are tractable and we can manage. We can't change specific decadal oscillation. The other big aspect is transitioning from our current status quo to some new procedure. It may not just happen in one step. It may cost a lot of money to go from option A to a longer-term option B, and these transitions could involve a series of small changes over a number of years. There's certainly multiple management agencies involved in managing halibut, and these processes, as you know, take a lot of time. The tools that we're trying to develop in here, again, they're not tools specifically for the staff to use. I'll have to say, in developing these tools, I probably learned more about fishery science than I have by reading any textbook myself, just understanding the trade-offs and how things work. But they're really tools for the public to use, the fishing industry to use, and the commissioners to sort of learn from in considering how we're going to move forward in this fishery. There was a lot of discussion about how we would go about investigating things such as national shares and bycatch mitigation with coastwide tools. It was noted that national shares could be negotiated among the parties to the convention, but again, that's way beyond my pay grade and outside this process. The bycatch analysis will depend on spatial structures to measure. So it will remain on the wish list of the things we want to do in the future operating model can support it. Lastly, the staff proposed to the Management Strategy Advisory Board some of the governance structure, and really what we're trying to do, what I'm trying to do through this process is really to get ownership from the advisory board in learning how to use this process to guide and shape the future of the halibut fishery. And what we hope to have in the near-term future is a chair or co-chairs, one from each of the respective countries, who could help communicate, where the advisory board is going through the commissioners and the staff. And it was agreed that a facilitator within our meetings certainly would be useful, and that facilitator should also be very familiar with the processes involving management strategy evaluation. And then, of course, I'm giving you the technical presentation right now. We're hoping to again meet in May of 2015, and again probably in October of next year to continue on with the work we're doing with the Management Strategy Advisory Board. And I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks very much for that comprehensive presentation on where we're at with the MSAB, Steve. Maybe just a few comments. I've attended, I think, all of the MSAB meetings so far. And while things still seem a little bit cloudy, at least to me, I think there's been a lot of progress made over the series of meetings that we have. There was also a presentation at the last meeting from Alan Hicks, who's working on a similar type of process on hake, and there's a lot of challenges that Alan was showing that were identical to some of the ones that Steve just talked about this afternoon. I guess, so where do we go from here? One of your last slide around the governance piece is probably something that we should have a bit of a discussion about here this afternoon as well. But before doing that, just see if any other commissioners that have been involved in the meetings have any comments, and then take questions from commissioners. And
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve, can you remind me, I was at this meeting, so I shouldn't need to be reminded, but it's more than a month ago now. Did we look at an option of a chair, and then an option of a chair and a co-chair, and then an option of a chair, a co-chair, and a facilitator? Or is the facilitator one of the chair?
I'll let Bruce comment on this as well, but we had initially proposed a chair and co-chair that would essentially at our interim and annual meetings would present not the technical aspects of what I'm presenting right now, but more about here are some of the procedural things we're looking at investigating, and we vetted them through this process, and here are the outcomes and here are the results. And it was really, the intention there again is to make sure that there's board ownership and that the halibut fisheries are represented by the MSAB board and not by me. That quickly, I think there was some level of discomfort at seeing a mathematician who can barely speak English conveying this information to the MSAB boards, and then the folks in the room going, I can't say what he says, to a whole bunch of other people. And that we felt more comfortable having a meeting facilitator. Within the MSAB meetings, we're sort of putting a lot of information in front of the members in a very short period of time, and someone who's a good facilitator could probably help the meetings run smoothly and have a better feedback. Is that the process? Yeah, I think that's where we were going.
Yeah, I think that captures it pretty well. I think there was actually two different functions there. The facilitator would be for running the meeting, and the co-chairs would be sort of, as Steve said, to sort of take ownership and convey that to the broader community.
That's exactly the way I remember it.
No, I had a different view. No, just kidding. I think, we've made a lot of progress, as I said earlier, around setting some candidate objectives and also coming up with some ideas around procedures, and also my own personal view around what Steve has called the shiny tool. Maybe we should give it a new name, but it is much improved from the previous version, and as far as I understand is using real halibut data. And so I think, the meeting that's proposed in May, to me, is going to be one that I really start to get down to work on thinking about what some of those procedures are, and also, as Steve's point around procedures, that doesn't mean it's all or nothing. It's kind of, some of this is incremental and can happen over a period of time, which was on his previous slide. But I do see that from the tool that Steve has developed, and it's pretty easy to use. I guess for what I would look for is a little bit more understanding from Steve about some of its assumptions that are in the model, that and some more of the background material that would help understand some of its limitations is one of the requests that I would have, so that we know a little bit more about the tool that we're using and some of its challenges, and which would probably color our thinking about how we would move forward. But having said all that, I think, as I said earlier, we have made significant progress over the year and a half that we've been involved in this, in my view, anyhow. And, I think one of the objectives that I'd spoken about earlier was testing the current management procedure against the objectives as well, which I think is still something that's useful to do. And I think with that, I'll see if there's any other questions from commissioners before going to the... Let me go ahead, Don.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I haven't been able to attend any of the MSAB meetings. I have listened to a couple on the webinar, which has been very helpful for me. But Steve, I want to be clear I understand. You used the example of I think it was the shiny tool to evaluate if we had a halibut size reduction to 28 inches, the benefits. It seemed like there was a number of benefits there, but then that was an assumption that the fishing behavior would go to smaller hooks in response. That was just another assumption when you brought that into the discussion. Is that how you looked at that behavior change? Is that the whole fleet would go to smaller hooks, or how did you address that?
Yeah, so thank you for bringing that. With the size limit change we implemented, this is the interface up on the screen here.
Okay.
What we've assumed is that the fishery selectivity that we currently estimate inside our stock assessment model would not change. So people would continue to do fish when they fish, where they fish, use the same gear they fish, and basically have the same or impose the same selectivity on the stock that we currently estimate is happening. So with implementing that change in the size limits, all of the fish that are now 28 inches and larger are now retained. So that was the only difference. So it was just one moving part, and we did that this simple. So that was the change. We just changed the slider on there. You get a different result instantaneously. And that was the purpose of developing this tool, is that even within the annual meetings, inside the meeting rooms, if there's policy changes we want to talk about or understand, you could do that. The same thing can happen if you change the size limit back to 32 inches. The two scenarios overlay each other. If the fisheries now starts to catch, instead of half of the fish roughly, when they hit 32 inches, about 50% of them are assumed to be selected in the fishery. If we lowered that to, say, 30 inches, what we would have to do with the Halibut Commission is that we would have to lower our target harvest rates in each of the areas, and you would catch fewer fish. The reason being is because of the 32-inch size limit, you're catching a lot more smaller fish, and you're wasting more fish. So you show on the screen there that with the 32-inch size limit and shifting the selectivity, i.e. using black cod gear instead of halibut and doing mixed trips and discarding a lot of halibut, you're actually increasing the wastage. So the losses you see here in this fishery is due to increased wastage within the directed fishery. Does that help? Thanks.
Any other questions from commissioners? Steve, are there any online?
No questions from the web.
All right. Are there any questions in the room? Oh, a couple. If you come up to the microphone at the front and introduce yourself.
Sorry, Linda Benkin with Alaska Longline. I was just listening to that last comment Steve made to Commissioner Lane's question, and it seems that the assumption you're making is that behavior would shift if people were allowed to keep fish down to 28 inches, and that's sort of an assumption that I wondered how much you would ground truth it, I guess, is one question. And then the other question I have, it seems that there are gains to going to 28 inches if behavior doesn't shift. And I wondered if you had looked at allowing some percentage of a vessel's catch to be under 32 inches, so in the 28 to 32 range, maybe 10% or 20%, some amount that you thought would address some of the wastage and mortality on those species without incentivizing behavior changes in gear, changes in fishing behavior to increase the catch of small fish?
That's an excellent question. To address your first point regarding the assumptions about behavior, I haven't made any assumptions, or I can or I can't make assumptions about whether or not fishermen change and start targeting smaller fish as a consequence of the change in harvest policy. Whether that happens naturally or not, we would find out in the stock assessment model as our port samplers collect data on size composition from the fishing fleets, and that would show up in our stock assessment model because we'd start catching probably or start seeing a lot of younger halibut in our age composition data. And because we estimate selectivity inside the stock assessment model, those data would be essentially show up in our process. That's currently how it's done right now. We have recently moved to a time-varying selectivity in both the commercial fishery and the set line survey because we recognize that halibut populations have redistributed themselves, so you get higher proportions of big fish in other areas, and those changes over time, and this is a source of the retrospective bias we had in our assessments. So selectivity is something that's always built in there. We currently have in here the selectivity that comes out of the assessment model. But the assumption I brought up is if there's no change, you could both run the scenario with a change in size limit and selectivity targeting the fish and see what the consequences are. As an education tool, I think what I was trying to show here is that if you were to keep the size limit the same and then increase the selectivity so you're catching slightly larger fish, and just look at, say, the value, because everybody understands dollars, if you start catching larger fish, you can actually make more money because you're selling a product that has a higher dollar per pound and those sorts of things. So one of the big assumptions there is that there is no high grading going on. And how do you have a fishery with no high grading? You have to have some sort of enforcement or some sort of 100% observer coverage or cameras or something in place to ensure that there is no high grading on it. But if we continue to go out there and turn fish over, there's no incentive there for the directed halibut fishery. The incentive should be pretty clear in the long term. If you want to have a big, healthy fishery with large halibut, you got to stop catching small fish. And the size limits aren't going to protect you from doing that. The size limit just says you can't bring a small fish home. You can still catch it out in the ocean. And now you've increased its overall mortality rate for its lifetime, and you've done more damage to the stock than if you actually educated the fishing community that what you're doing is a bad thing for conservation. What you should try and do is fish in areas where there are no small fish and fish in areas where there are only legal fish. And that's a better tool than size limits. So it's education.
There was another question back there.
Thank you, Rob Jones with the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission. And I'm wondering, Steve, as you are looking at more refined area-specific modeling in this, if you're also planning to look at differing harvest rates by area so that perhaps that better informs the commissioners in using the decision table and updating the harvest policy.
Yeah, for sure. What I should preface, the short answer to your question is yes, but let me preface the long answer in that the decision table really doesn't have, the only role for harvest rates in the decision table right now is it essentially defines what the blue line is. But the decision table is essentially an assessment of risk, and you can choose any row from that decision table and then break down the catch among those areas, and then even within each of those areas start wiggling things around. They're not really associated with that choice, or that decision isn't really associated with the harvest rate. Like I said, the harvest rate just defines where the blue line is on that table. And so the blue line always corresponds to the 21.5%, 16% combination. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ian. So when the commissioners get the decision table, the harvest rate really doesn't come into play here. It certainly gives you perspective about performance, about where we want to be with our overall harvest rate. Now, the big answer to the question is yes, we are looking at sort of areas, or we are thinking about area-specific harvest rates. The big issue there is twofold. First, what is your objective? So if your objective is to maintain the same total mortality rate in every area, then you would do one option. If your objective was to maximize the yield in every area, you would do a completely different option. So if you would like to, for example, maximize the yield in each of the areas, what you need to know is what are the net movement rates in addition to mortality rates within each of the regulatory areas. We have some data where we're not sure whether or not it will be informative to estimate those annual rates if there is variability in them, but we can do that. It's going to take time to get there in terms of parsing out the data and constructing the models to build those things. But the key point is defining the objectives. And from the Management Strategy Advisory Board, when we got down to this discussion, we recognize we're dealing with a coastwide operating model right now. What we're trying to do is just maximize the yield in the fisheries. But when you ask each individual, and we have a pretty good geographic representation on the MSAB, they also want to maximize the yield within each of their regulatory areas. So this may be giving up yield in some areas in favor of getting more yield in other areas. So these are very different objectives. So good question, though.
Any other questions from the audience here this afternoon? I'm not seeing any others, so how do we close the loop on the proposal for the chairs, co-chairs, and it's not going to be decided here, but the proposal is to come back at the annual meeting with a proposal and make a decision there. So I just wondered, is there any other comments the commissioners want to make at this time about how to move forward? Anything else that we need to do this afternoon? Yes, Jim.
Mr. Chairman, one of Dr. Martel's last slides suggested that proposed names for chair or co-chair, or perhaps even the facilitator, should be brought to, said the lead commissioner, but as far as we're concerned, they could be brought to any of the commissioners, and we'll talk to each other, and then we would be prepared with a name or names at the annual meeting, I think.
Right. Okay. If there's nothing else on this topic, thanks very much, Steve. And the next item is the Science Review Board, and I think Dr. James Iannelli is going to make the presentation.
Good afternoon. I think it's okay if I sit here.
More than perfect.
Thank you. My name's Jim Iannelli. I work at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center for National Marine Fisheries Service here in Seattle. And I'm presenting the Science Review Board's report on behalf of our chair, Sean Cox, from Simon Fraser, and for Mark Mangle, the other two members of the Science Review Board. We met in October and were asked to talk about comment on 2013-14 progress based on our recommendations from our first October 2013 meeting, and also progress from our June short meeting that we had in June of this year. We went to the commission down in Ballard and received a quite lengthy overview of the assessment progress, a lot of which you've seen already. Ian and Steve presented a very large quantity of information. It was somewhat intimidating and a lot to cover. We appreciated it, but in terms of our ability to respond, I think our general comments were that seeing, for example, the math that goes behind some of this would be helpful. So what's one of our recommendations is, eventually they will be publishing this as a paper, and that would be a good way to look at some of the detailed aspects behind the underpinnings of the assumptions and the work that goes into both the equilibrium model as well as the full stock assessment model configurations. And one thing to see the equations, but we'd also probably like to see how the models are configured. Some of us are familiar with the software that's being used, and sometimes just seeing the equation will depend on whether a switch is turned on or off, and often that's difficult for the stock assessment folks to clarify at each point. The other general comment I'll make is that, in terms of the way the fishery is going to be in the future, I mean, it's obvious that the importance of the 1987 year class, and the last 2 decades has been really critical, and expecting to see another one like that may be something that the IPHC is going to have to deal with, and that's the way it is with lots of groundfish fisheries. We were asked to comment on specific questions, namely how should alternative models and sources of uncertainty best be incorporated into the 2014 Ensemble and decision table results. We had some recommendations on how the catch tables should be presented, but also just the presentation style of seeing lots of numbers and ways of presenting that. We then went through all the candidates that Ian had put together, including the BPA, all the areas as fleets models, the short and the long, as well as a surplus production model. And our recommendations going forward were the 4 that Ian presented this morning, the 2 coastwide models and the 2 areas as fleet models to go forward with the ensemble. As far as the second part of this question was what aspects of the data analysis and stock assessment should be prioritized for the coming year. As Ian pointed out, they'll be wanting to introduce a spatial model that will become part of the ensemble ideally. And we had some suggestion on using some multi-stock delay difference approach, which is kind of a shortcut way that these models can be developed relatively easily without too much complexity, which is always the issue for driving such complex models, is the requirement to have a lot of data. We had a couple of comments on the areas as fleets model. One was that the Bering Sea indices that are tied to the Bering Sea bottom trawl surveys had seemed to be fairly precise, and that didn't seem, so some minor adjustments there in terms of how the areas as fleets models were being tuned up. Also some issues on how the weights at age by fleet should be conducted, looking at some sensitivities. I think presently they've are assuming the coastwide weighted age over time, and that might be useful to look at the area specific. I think if I remember that correctly. We also had some notes on, Ian presented some analysis that we requested if he had time, and of course he made time for it, and looking at the Eastern Bering Sea abundances mainly from our survey, and looking at some of the relationships between the young fish that are seen in the Bering Sea relative to what might be escaping into the Gulf and becoming a target size for the halibut fishery. And we encouraged using the new setline calibration study that is being planned for this coming year in the Bering Sea. We also made a recommendation that there's other ways of treating discard mortality. You saw from Dr. Martel's presentation that the assumption about what level of discard mortality rate is occurring has a big effect on both handling and wastage, and that's an uncertain parameter, and it's one that could be treated within the model presently, so that was one of our recommendations. Had some comments on communication of fishing mortality rate, and nothing major there. You know, I think Ian's done a really good job of communicating the notion of spawning potential ratio he described this morning as kind of a uniform way of describing the impact on fishing on the population. The second part of our question was looking more at the coastwide operating model and the structure that's being planned for the Management Strategy Advisory Board and the Commission. You know, we felt that the substantial progress and that these presentation tools are very useful. And having a web-based and engaging stakeholders is, I think, quite encouraging and has been very successful. Our main recommendations were to continue developing this type of thing. We had some minor points on, being able to look at what biology is behind some of the equilibrium calculations that were done, and then maybe looking at some long-term projections to compare things. Steve's already been working on that. Another recommendation we had, which is used in other fields, but it's basically, so you have a complex issue with lots of uncertainty. Imagine a full spatially explicit movement model where movements in some years vary and other years they don't, and kind of the idea here would be to come up with a pretty complicated grid of plausible complicated model scenarios, but then actually fit another model to those simulation results so that you could use something like Steve's been presenting to get really quick answers. Anyway, it's this whole field. I will note that the other two more academically minded people on our board came up with this idea, and I think it's really fascinating. Basically fitting a model to a complicated thing so you can get quick results back. That's not the greatest way of explaining it, but that's how I like that. We just had a couple of recommendations on the fact that it's likely that in the next several years a catch at age model of some sort will be used for the annual assessment, so we want to encourage that would be part of the preliminary management strategy evaluations consideration, so maybe a sub-model similar to what's being presented in the Ensemble. And then kind of the last on the management strategy evaluation is ideally, and this is looking ahead, but part of the point of the management strategy evaluation is to be able to see how you all respond to conditions in setting quotas, and you tend to reveal objectives in doing that. Oftentimes our objectives are so diverse that it's really difficult to pin them down, but there's actually information on how the decision making has actually happened that would be useful, and with that I'll answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from commissioners? Jim.
Thank you. Nice report. I may have missed something when you said something about halibut escaping into the Gulf, which makes it sound like Bering Sea is a prison, I guess. But did you have that in the context of the calibration survey, and you could learn something about outmigration based on the survey? I didn't catch that point.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolter. Yeah, I meant escapement in the sense of halibut into your kitchen or into the spawning stock. So one working hypothesis, as I understand it, is that there are substantial numbers of halibut that leave the Bering Sea for other parts. And generally speaking, we only see smaller halibut in our Bering Sea trawl survey. And that's strictly with what I was referring to, because I do have some experience with looking at those data. The idea is exactly as you articulated, that what Ian was trying to do was look at, well, given the data that we have, which is pretty substantial on fish in the Bering Sea, what can we say about the natural mortality rate, which would include outmigration into other areas from those types of calculations. And it's a work in progress. I think there was some interesting aspects to it. If I recall, there were some sex ratio patterns that had changed from the data that we had, and some things like that. So,
any other commissioner questions? No? I have one. A couple, actually. On page 92 of the report, you speak about the 1987 year class that's dominated and provided, well, basically exceptional abundance, I assume you're saying. But then you go on to talk about some reasons that one might be concerned, and use the statement from the committee or the research board says, we encourage the IPHC staff to start thinking now about the potential scientific and management implications for those issues. So I may have missed it in your report, but I was just wondering what maybe you could expand upon that.
Thank you, Chair. So I think, in terms of the potential scientific and management implications of those issues, one of them might be that including such a strong year class as a reference point. So if that is truly an anomalous year class that for whatever reason the conditions are going to be difficult to come by again, then trying to include that as part of your management target may be unrealistic. I think that's kind of the type of discussion we were talking about. And I think it also relates to the PDO type aspects that presented. If we all think environmental conditions lead to these conditions or these favorable outcomes, then just keeping an eye on that and making that part of the conversation and discussions going forward.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. The other question I had, it was on page, I think, 94, and you did touch on this in your report. It was about the spawning potential ratio and the way of communicating that information. And well, it was a relatively new concept, at least to me. And I think Ian's done a good job of communicating that. You did talk about, I guess, a portrayal of it, a schematic of taking a halibut and chopping it up and showing it that way. I'd be interested in seeing what that looked like and seeing if that would help better communicate. Because I think, in all these challenges of communicating this information, whether it be the spawning potential ratio or some of the other things, that probabilities in the decision tables as well is also a challenge. So personally, I'm always looking at ways, and I'm sure we all are, to better communicate the information. That there's a lot that's happened today that's come out, and that as we move forward in time, we'll probably come back with more questions. So any way to help improve the communication. But anyhow, I just was intrigued by that comment on in our report.
Yeah, I don't know if Ian's presenting it this time today. Yeah, he's going to show what we saw. And so it was a very nice presentation. It was one of these, personally, I remember looking at the PowerPoint, skipping ahead because ADD, and what's he going to show in this? And then when he went to describe it, it actually kind of clicked. I go, it made sense once he started talking about it, but if you didn't have this explanation ahead of time,
right,
hopefully you'll find it as entertaining as I did.
Okay, thanks very much. If there's no other, well, I guess we should see, were there any questions on, no? Any in the room here? No? Well, thank you very much for that presentation. I was just wondering if we wanted to take a 10-minute break before going on to the next section. So it's 25 after, get back, well, 25 to. Thanks.
Helpful to have all of those removals broken out into the various components. You can still just cut to the end of the totals of the table and add those up. The second part of accounting for removals is finding a way to include U26 mortality directly in the calculation. So rather than feed it through the stock assessment and wait for that to feed back into the catch tables, how can we include those U26 removals right in the calculation so we can evaluate different catch tables that actually accommodate changes in the U26 mortality as well? So this is the table that I showed you in my previous presentation, and what it used to look like was just other removals, fishery CEY, and then the part that wasn't included, which was the total mortality of all sizes of halibut. And now you can just add these columns, add the totals as you go down, and get to the bottom line, which is how many halibut do we project are actually going to be dead as a function of a specific set of catch limits. Which brings us to, okay, so if we can account for all of this, now how can we measure it, and how can we extend our current harvest policy to actually track changes not just in the O26 component of the removals, but also in the U26 component? And to do that, as I introduced in my assessment presentation, to do that we need a metric that integrates all sizes and sources of mortality. The logical one being spawning potential ratio, or SPR. Again, in words, SPR is the equilibrium spawning biomass per recruit compared to the average spawning biomass per recruit in the absence of fishing. And I know that's about as clear as mud, and that's why my next two slides are going to be a cartoon to try and make this more accessible. The important part about the SPR calculation is that it explicitly includes the effects of all sources of mortality. So it includes the fact that when you harvest a fish that's young, it might have grown up, and it takes that into account. It might have survived into the spawning biomass. It might have gotten, its body size might have gotten larger over time. And all those things are integrated into this SPR calculation. So let's see, here goes, we've had a lot more lead up than I would have liked to this, but here goes a visual representation of what SPR is. So imagine a cohort or a birth year of juvenile halibut moving into the population. They're all age 0. Each year they're going to grow older, and a few of them are going to die. So some of them are going to die due to predators, perhaps Pacific cod. As you move forward each year, more of them are going to die. Some of them might even be subject to cannibalism. I'm not actually sure what all the various sources of natural mortality are for halibut. And so at some point, they're going to reach an age, in the case of halibut, right around age 11, after a good number of those fish have died, where they're going to reach maturity. After maturity, they're going to continue to be subject to sources of natural mortality. And at some point, they're going to be dying off on their own, and you're going to have a lifetime contribution of those fish that were originally born at age 0. There's going to be a certain amount of them that contribute to the spawning biomass. So hold that thought for a second. There was no fishing there. That was just death due to natural causes. Now imagine that same cohort of fish coming in, and now they're not just subject to natural mortality, but they're also subject to fishing mortality. So at each age, some of them are going to die due to natural mortality, and some now are going to die due to fishing. So for example, they might be subject to bycatch in a trawl fishery. Note that some of those fish that are caught from various sources might have died on their own of natural causes. So it's not necessarily a one-to-one trade-off. These are competing sources of mortality as the fish are growing up. As they move forward, some of those fish are going to be caught by the directed fishery. In fact, some of those fish will be caught before they reach the age at maturity. 50% of halibut are mature roughly between ages 11 and 12, for reference. There are some younger fish and some older fish that are immature and mature, but roughly 50% at age 11 and a half. So at some point, that cohort is going to reach maturity, and as you can see, some of those fish are going to survive past the level of maturity and contribute to the spawning biomass. And so what you end up with is, for a given level of fishing, you have a certain contribution ultimately to the spawning biomass. SPR is really just as simple as a ratio. Well, there's actually a divided by sign that's missing from this particular projection, but SPR is just a ratio of those two things. So it's the amount of fish contributing to the spawning biomass that you would have had with fishing compared to the amount you would have had without fishing. And that's all SPR represents, is that ratio. So an F100% would be you have 100% of the fish you had when you weren't fishing, meaning you didn't fish at all. And an F20% would mean that you had 20% as many fish, as much contribution to the spawning biomass as you would have had if you weren't fishing. And that's really all SPR is. It just integrates all those sources of mortality. And the important part is it accounts for the fact that some of those are competing sources of mortality. Some of those fish that you catch when they're young might have died before they got to the spawning biomass anyway. So if we have a metric like SPR, we can actually consider the harvest policy in a slightly different framework. If we have a target that includes all sources of mortality, now we have an assessment that can give us an estimate of that SPR. We still have apportionment and harvest rates to apply to that, We can still generate target TCEYs, but the important part here is that it's not a one-directional process. We now have multiple entry points. We can evaluate for a change in any source of removal. We can evaluate how much change we would need to make in any other source of removal to keep the same level of spawning potential ratio. So for example, you can now trade off, consider the trade-off between a pound of bycatch or a pound of wastage in the directed fishery and a pound of directed fishery yield. And you can actually start to see, well, how much would you have to reduce the directed fishery yield in order to accommodate this amount of change in wastage or bycatch. And that's exactly what we did in the working paper. We present an example. We did this based on the 2013 assessment, so as if we were sitting back at last year's annual meeting. And we looked at change in bycatch versus change in fishery CEY. But I want to point out that we could have done this with any other source of removal. For example, wastage in the directed fishery would have functioned in exactly the same manner. We used bycatch because we also used this analysis to respond to a request from the North Pacific Council to look at the effects of bycatch on the halibut stock. And so it was a convenient way to integrate both of these two analyses. But the important part is that any source of removal can now be evaluated in this multiple entry approach. And so I'm just going to cut right to the results of this analysis and show you that the first way we looked at it was kind of the standard, the way the harvest policy has recently been evaluated, which is for a given level of change in bycatch, what's the response in terms of fishery CEY, sort of down the pipeline, it's the same status quo approach. And there's two things plotted here. So across the x-axis is the 2013 bycatch estimate and a percent change moving up to the left and down to the right. And I want to draw your eye perhaps just for example to the plus 20% category. On the x-axis here is the change in 2014 fishery CEY. The gray bars represent our current harvest policy. So the way you'd read this is, if bycatch went up by 20%, and this is a coastwide example, but we actually presented, for the council, we presented an example looking at just the Bering Sea and Ocean Islands. If bycatch went up by 20%, you'd have to reduce the coastwide fishery CEY by a little less than 5% in order to accommodate that change. But our current harvest policy only tracks the removals of O26 fish. And we know that a big fraction of the bycatch is actually U26 fish. So if you wanted to maintain the same SPR, the same constant level of total fishing mortality, you'd actually have to reduce the fishery FCEY by more like 6 or 6.5%, because there's still a whole bunch of those small fish that were dying as a function of the increased bycatch that weren't being included in the current harvest policy. It's essentially a gap in our current harvest policy. Now, our current harvest policy would catch up to that eventually, because those fish would be removed from the stock assessment, and we would see that as lost productivity down the road, and we would respond. The question really is putting it all into one framework so we can evaluate that in a real-time sense, rather than saying, okay, bycatch went up. Now, in a few years, we'll see what the effect of that was and see how the catch tables respond. Importantly, with a metric like SPR, we can then turn this around, and we can also pose the question, well, if we wanted to see a change of a certain amount in the fishery CEY, how much would bycatch have to change to accommodate that? And the relationship is the opposite here. So if we wanted to see, for example, a 4% increase in the fishery CEY, the gray bars here show you that you'd need about a 20% decrease in bycatch to achieve that. You'd actually need a somewhat smaller reduction in bycatch if you were accounting for all sizes of mortality, because remember that 20% that 20% reduction in bycatch would also include a reduction of a bunch of U26 fish that wouldn't have been included in the current harvest policy. So instead of comparing apples and oranges when we're looking at our catch tables, this just gives us a framework to be able to directly evaluate the trade-offs between any two different sources of removals, and in either direction. It's not just a unidirectional approach. So the results of this analysis, I've summarized in just one slide here really, is that bycatch and fishery CEY tended to be exchangeable at about a pound-for-pound trade-off. And that sounds like a sounds like it might have a pretty obvious effect in various regulatory areas. But remember, the magnitude in some areas, particularly for CDE, as you've seen this morning, the quantity of bycatch in that area is far larger than the directed fishery CEY. And so as a percent change, this is a very big, even at a pound for pound, the percent change in those two things is very different. Now, I'm sure a couple of you are thinking, well, I've seen previous IPHC reports suggesting that there were bigger savings for bycatch than just a pound for pound. And it's true. If you didn't catch a fish right now at age 2 and you let it grow all the way up and it was only subject to natural mortality, it would probably make a pretty big contribution to spawning biomass. However, that's not the way this fishery is managed. If we save a fish right now at age 2, it undergoes bycatch mortality and wastage mortality at age 3, age 4, age 5, and then when it finally gets to the directed fishery, it's going to be included right there in the available yield. And so the pound for pound reflects the fact that we're actually harvesting these fish and continuing to exert additional mortality on them throughout their lifetime, not just saving a fish and letting it sit until it dies of old age somewhere down the road. In terms of our current harvest policy, and what you saw in the tables I presented earlier, the O26 removals are a direct exchange rate. So wastage and bycatch of O26 fish come currently directly out of the fishery CEY before we get to the bottom line. The U26 effects, as is the case in our current status quo harvest policy, are redistributed across the productivity of the whole stock. So the way the harvest policy works right now is those U26 removals come out of the coastwide stock assessment, and the way we see them is in productivity that's not there, somewhere down the road, and that gets distributed in our estimates of biomass, which then gets parsed back out via apportionment and what we see in the survey. I'm making the same assumption here. So I don't want to give the impression that I've all of a sudden figured out how those U26 fish may or may not migrate throughout their lifetime. I'm making the same simple assumption that the probability of them contributing to the yield in any regulatory area across the stock is going to be roughly in proportion to the biomass or the productivity of the stock in each of those areas. So again, it's just no change. I haven't come up with a new solution here. To summarize this whole analysis, as I've pointed out, the current harvest policy doesn't really allow us to compare all sources of removals in one place. You know, what if we change this? How does everything else respond? This just gives us a tool to do that. It provides a logical extension to our current harvest policy. If you think back a few years to 2011, we went from a 32-inch setting our exploitation rates based on 0.32 to setting our exploitation rates based on 0.26. Well, that analysis was based on SPR as well. So this is just another logical extension of including more of the removals in the story. As these other removals have become more important to the story, it's been important to include them in a way into the tables and into the trade-offs so we can actually see those trade-offs. And that's really what's important about this analysis. It's just a tool. It doesn't presuppose any change in management or any change in the decision-making process. It just gives us another tool so we can see trade-offs among various sources of analysis. And as Steve pointed out in his presentation, getting used to this concept of using spawning potential ratio, or SPR, gives us a crossover point for the MSE analysis. Because it's impossible for Steve to evaluate what the effect of a size limit at 15 inches might be if our harvest policy only addresses fish that are 26 inches and over. So we need a metric that includes all that, and this gives us a crossover between those two processes. And that's all I've got. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Ian. Well, for my opinion, I liked your schematic, and you know, it really does clearly shows how the ratio is calculated, and yeah, I think that helps communicate the information, and why it would be useful to continue to use that metric to show you know, the impact of different procedures. So, are there any questions from commissioners? Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Ian, could you put on slide 11? So, for example, if we reduce bycatch estimate by 40%, or reduce bycatch by 40%, I guess, you're suggesting the CEY only goes up 12%, and I think that's backwards. I think we even explained it the other way. So, for example, if we had a 5 million pounds of bycatch, reduced it by 40%, that would mean that we'd have 3 million pounds of bycatch. 2 million would be saved. You said it's pound for pound goes into the directed fishery. So I think the FCEY would go up dramatically as opposed to only a little bit.
So I'm having trouble recalling after several hours of presenting to you today. I'm having trouble pulling up the actual numbers in my head. But at the coastwide level, the bycatch is a little less than 10 million pounds. Remember, this is a coastwide analysis. The total removals, I believe the total directed fishery harvest is in the mid-20s somewhere. And so that's part of why there's a difference in percentage. Perhaps this would have been easier if I had presented this in terms of pounds on both axes. In fact, I think I actually had an original version of this was pounds on both axes. But this is how it works out. It does pencil out this way. The difference between the gray and the blue bars, in the gray bars, you're only getting credit for the 0.26 portion of the reduction in bycatch. So that's why that's less than 10%. Because all of the bycatch that's U26, there's no response in the gray bars because that's just the current harvest policy. In the blue bars, you're seeing the effect of all of that reduction and filtered out through the SPR calculation.
I remain skeptical.
Okay, well, luckily we have a 45-page document you can enjoy at your leisure.
So more to come on that, I think, Jim. Did you have other questions? Don?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is fascinating. I'm not clear of are we going to integrate this into our stock assessment at some point? Are we just doing the analysis now to kind of prepare where it might fit into stock assessment or down the road? I'm just not clear where we're going to use this or what the plans are where we're going to use it. Thank you.
So really, this analysis was a response to the Commissioner's request to give you guys a framework, a working paper to start thinking about this issue. As I said, this doesn't presuppose any change in management. It's just an additional piece of information. So when you look at, for example, when you look at this year's blue line, you can also see what the implied F rate is associated with that line for consistency with the North Pacific and the Pacific Council. It also gives us the opportunity to, for example, the other row that I did in the decision table this year was maintaining the 2014 SPR rate. So it allows us to evaluate an option which says, okay, not just considering 0.26, but considering all sources of mortality, what would the FCEYs have to be to have the exact same level of fishing intensity for 2015 that we had in 2014? So I would say this just gives you guys another yardstick to measure how things are happening. It's something that we can continue to calculate both different measures. And as you'll see, I didn't present it here, but in the harvest policy discussion, RARA, you'll see, if we look back retrospectively, whether we're using SPR or whether we're using an 0.26-based harvest rate, we get a pretty similar perception about where we've been in recent years, that the harvest rates were a bit above our targets for several years, and they've been coming down appreciably toward that target over the last several years. So neither of the metrics is giving us a very different conclusion about where we've just been. Hopefully it's just another piece of information to help you guys in your process.
All right. Any other questions, Don? No? Any questions on the online? No. Any questions in the room? Yep.
Thank you, Chairman.
Maybe if you could just introduce yourself.
Sure, Glenn Merrill, National Marine Fisheries Service. So, Ian, if I may, on this slide 11, I guess the pound for pound is realized in the reductions that you're getting for the 0.26, but a large reduction in bycatch is not necessarily resulting in the same large increase in the amount that's available to the directed fishery because the bycatch is a relatively smaller proportion of the total removals of the fishery biomass overall. Is that sort of one way to think of this graph?
I think if I understand your correct question, that's correct. So with bycatch somewhere a little less than, actually in this analysis, I think the bycatch estimate I had for 2013 was about 7.9 million pounds. So 10% would have been a little under 800,000 pounds. And so the percentages, again, it might have been helpful to present this in terms of just pounds. The pound for pound actually integrates the O26 and the U26. There's been this perception that U26 is going to add up to a lot more pounds per pound down the road. It turns out it doesn't add up to much more than a pound per pound, and the reason is because it's still subject to all additional mortality throughout its lifetime. Many of the calculations that we've done previously have been looking at what's the lifetime contribution, assuming there is no additional sources of fishing mortality on that fish, and that's where you start to get a much greater than a pound per pound contribution.
Okay. Jim?
So thank you for letting me speak again out of turn here, but I think this is correct. My skepticism is gone on a coastwide basis. If you did this for 4C, D, and E, which is the picture that I've been trying to make this morning and throughout the years, is that a pound of bycatch in the Bering Sea is a huge fraction of the directed fishery. But since only 25% of the directed fishery occurs in the Bering Sea, but 90% of the bycatch, that picture is misleading for the Bering Sea situation. But I apologize for being skeptical about your graph. I believe it's correct.
You're absolutely correct about the Bering Sea, and I think maybe I didn't make that point very well here. At the time that we did this analysis with last year's numbers, at that point, a 30% increase in bycatch in the Bering Sea would have equated to a 100% change in the directed fishery, meaning going all the way to zero at that point. So that was roughly the crossover point.
Okay. If there's no further questions on this particular topic, thanks very much, Ian, for the presentation. And we will still be checking your math, though. So the next item is around the bycatch project paper that was agreed to in September. And Bob, I think you're going to provide the presentation.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is under tab 6 in the agenda, Halibut bycatch project update. Just as a lead-in and background for this, for the public, back in 2012 at the annual meeting, in recognition of the ongoing impacts of bycatch and the questions about how impacts are accounted for in the harvest policy, the Halibut Commission approved a project to address bycatch concerns and set up a project team. And currently it includes Rebecca Reed from DFO, Neil Davis from DFO, Robin Forrest, David Witherall from the North Pacific Council, Rachel Baker, and Glenn Merrill from NOAA, and Dr. Loli Lowe also from NOAA. David Boyce and myself are co-chairs of the project team. At the 2015 or 14 annual meeting, so last year in Seattle, the commissioners asked to have this project completed. There was some amendments proposed, and we received public comment on several occasions on this report. Greg Williams was authoring and putting the report together. He has since retired. Some of the hopes out of this, that came out of this report, was also to organize a meeting with the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. That has taken place, will take place here in Seattle in February. Some of the discussion points that are being developed between the two executive directors, Dr. Lehman and Chris Oliver with the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, include a discussion of total mortality accounting framework and avenues for coordinating bycatch reductions. Second, discussion on PSC limits in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. 3, abundance-based prohibited species catch limits. 4, a discussion on the Gulf of Alaska trawl rationalization program and incentives for bycatch mortality reduction. And 5, rationalizing estimations of bycatch between National Marine Fisheries Service and IPHC areas and fisheries. It's a rather robust agenda for the two groups, and I think some of this is in flux, but 80% of it is probably being locked down between the two directors. At the annual meeting, the commissioners also agreed to 7 points for further discussion. They include national accountability for oil removals, advancing utilization of proven bycatch reduction methods, potential incentives to harvesters, the role of monitoring standards for directed and non-directed fisheries in the observer programs, particularly the amended observer program in the Gulf of Alaska. Options for mitigation of actions in one area that result in negative impacts to the stock in another downstream. Ongoing collaboration and communication between IPHC and domestic management process to support bycatch reduction and how to prioritize bycatch reduction efforts. And second, to discuss a plan for examining the magnitude and impacts of other sources of halibut mortality, such as wastage. And on that subject, Mr. Chairman, Dave and I have a proposal that we'd like to add to this report when we finish this. Since the annual meeting in 2014, the bycatch report that we have been given has been finalized in September and is up on the web page for the on IPHC web page, and the joint meeting has been set and the agenda being worked on between the executive directors. So outstanding actions that may need some discussion would be to discuss the development of a broader strategy and set principles for addressing bycatch. The project team supposedly is supposed to meet between now and the annual meeting, but perhaps at least during 2016 it probably should be re-innovated and a meeting set to look at issues sometime in the middle of 2016. Well, I'm not sure we have time between now and the annual meeting to meet, so yes. Oh, that's, yeah, I'm 2 years down the road, aren't I? So you're correct, for 2015. And again, to discuss issues of other or mortality such as wastage. So, Mr. Chairman, that completes sort of a cursory review of what we were doing from 2012 to 2014, and finalizing that report that we'd been handed. David and I have been handed at the annual meeting in 2014.
All right, thanks very much, Bob. Dave, did you have any other comments?
The commissioners have been discussing steps that we might take in order to reduce bycatch for some time now, and a proposal to ask the IPHC staff to do an analysis of a reduction in the size limit to 30 inches. Seems to be finding favor right now amongst the commissioners, and we think that would be a valuable first step, scoping this issue and perhaps, you know, making an actual practical start on reducing bycatch. So I think we're going to have a decision out of this meeting by the commissioners, if I'm correct, to direct the staff to do that analysis. Hopefully it could be ready for the annual general meeting in January. Is that what you're thinking, Bob?
Mr. Chairman, David and I have been looking at the observer reports out of the for the annual report that just came out for observer review in the Gulf of Alaska, and it suggests that the directed halibut fleet is touching and discarding about 8.7 million individual fish or pounds of fish, and a size limit change of 2 inches down to 30 inches could reduce those interactions by 58%. And Steve indicated even a lower number if it went to 28 inches. So David and I believe these types of savings, just a 2-inch reduction could reduce wastage by 800,000 pounds, is significant. It's significant if that amount is able to be harvested. It's almost $5 million to the fleet, $25 million in asset value, and a 58% reduction in our interactions with juvenile fish is an analysis we think that is due for discussion before the PAG and Conference Board, and for possible action for the 2015 season. If not, additional work may be needed to look at it for 2016, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks very much, Bob and Dave. So with that proposal, I'll just see if there's any, or whether there's, first off, before going to the proposal that you just tabled about changing the size limit, I'll just see if there's any comments on the report itself, the bycatch report itself. Don?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the annual meeting in 2014, I'm not sure that Bob volunteered to be part of the bycatch work group report, but I think it was assigned, and I think between David and Bob, I think they did a terrific job. 77-page report, and I know from several phone calls from Bob that he engaged and he stressed about the wording and the intent, and I want to compliment them on their work, that they got through it together and developed a product that we could all understand and use. So I want to thank them for that.
Thanks very much, Don. Any other comments on the report from the commissioners? No? Are there any online at all, Steve? No? Any in the room? I would offer a comment too on the report. It's taken a few years to get to the stage where it is right now, and I think the working group has done an excellent job of bringing together the information that's available around bycatch. As you mentioned, Bob, in your presentation, that there has been quite a bit of effort around to understand the bycatch and the implications of it, and we've heard a number of those potential impacts in presentations that we've heard both from Ian and Steve today. And I guess, you know, the proposal about modifying the size limit and having a, well, first off, having the staff undertake an analysis of the impact of changing the size limit from 32 to 30. I guess for yourself, maybe a question, Bruce, that whether you think that could be done in time for the annual meeting. You may want to think about that, and we could talk about it tomorrow morning once you've had a chance to talk to your staff rather than responding off the cuff. And then we could bring this back to the first thing tomorrow morning. In your presentation, Bob, as well, I think you covered off what we were going to speak about as well on the third issue with the joint meeting with the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. You went through the 5 items that we think would be important to bring up at the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. So thank you for covering off that item too. But so the 5 items that you talked about, and maybe just see if there's any comments on those, and I'll just go through them again as well that you talked about. The first one was getting some discussion around total mortality accounting framework and avenues for coordinated bycatch reduction. The second one was the prohibited species catch limits in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands. The third item was abundance-based prohibited species catch limits as a way of looking at a different metric based upon abundance. The fourth item was the Gulf of Alaska trawl rationalization and incentives for bycatch mortality reduction. And the fifth item was rationalization estimation of bycatch between NIMPS and IPHC areas and fisheries. And I guess we kind of touched on that a little bit already when we reconvened this afternoon. And formulating the working group, technical working group that we spoke about already this afternoon. So, you know, I think what we had proposed is that we would capture those items in a letter that we would provide to the chair of the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council so that they could prepare for the meeting in February. But I guess I also wonder if we wanted to put a little more substance around the 5 points so that they're better prepared for the discussion on February the 5th too. Now, I wasn't really proposing that we get into that today, but I think in advance of February 5th we might put a little more thought into each one of those 5 items. So I just wonder if there are any questions or comments on that. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if we have more detail or if there's been any discussions between our executive director and Chris about the length of time we have on the agenda, whether we're contemplating public comments in the normal North Pacific Council, or whether any other, you might give us some background on how much time we might have and stuff like that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you. A couple of points that, one, the way it's set up right now is we have the afternoon of Thursday, February, I think it's Thursday, February the 5th, that could be a Tuesday, I'm not sure. And it would have the same framework as a normal council encounter with opportunities for public comment and so forth. If I could go back to your point, please, Mr. Chair, I think there's perhaps a little bit more urgency to generating a letter to the council than just the February meeting. They're having a meeting next week, and I believe that the council would like to have a little bit of discussion about the topics that we had in mind for this thing. So I think they're trying to finalize something at this meeting to convey to Chris Oliver and Mr. Hull, I think would be worthwhile.
In addition to the 5 items, do you mean, Bruce? Just, yeah, for sure. I think we certainly will do that. And I guess what I was proposing that between now and February the 5th that we spend some more time adding some more substance to those. But in the minimum, we would be communicating with the chair of the council that here are the 5 topics that we're interested in for sure. Because their meeting, you said, next week?
Yes.
Okay. Bob?
With regards to item 4, it reads Gulf of Alaska trawl rationalization and incentives for bycatch mortality reduction. I'd hope that discussion item would be broad enough where we could talk about the Bering Sea. I know that there are fleets that have done a lot of work, and this commission supported a deck sorting proposal to the at the annual meeting, and it'd be nice to get an update on where that might be and what the potential savings might be with something like that that the North Pacific Council's looking at. So it'd be Gulf and Bering Sea. I would hope that we could have some discussion on it.
All right. Any comments on Bob's proposal to include that? Thumbs up? So basically agreement? Yeah. Okay. All right. If there's no further discussion on that, I guess we've covered off the agenda items for today, I believe, Bruce, and we're ahead of schedule, which I don't know if we want to go on or not. I was going to propose not. Kind of like maybe a bit like Ian after, but I didn't go through many presentations as he did. What we're proposing for tomorrow is we start at 9 a.m. and that we would continue with staff presentations and discussion at that time. The first one up tomorrow is on the survey expansion options and alternatives, and this would be followed by 5-year and annual research plans. I understand that there are, I don't think you have that at this point in time that's on the agenda, but are you proposing that we would not cover that at all, I think? The annual research plan will. The 5-year? Okay. And then the regulatory proposals, there's 2 of those, I believe, that we will Heather will present. And also on the conference board rules of procedure, that will be covered off by the co-chairs. Chuck and I think Linda will be covering that. And what else? We have the draft schedule, planning and expectations for the annual meeting is what's in the morning session. And then the afternoon we have the finance and administration that would not be open to the public. So just before closing the meeting this afternoon, I'll just see if there are anything came up on the webinar at all. Okay, is there any questions or comments in the room before we adjourn for today? And okay, I'm not seeing any. Thanks very much to the staff, Bruce, for their presentations this afternoon and this morning. And as well, I forgot to mention for the Dr. James and Ali for the Scientific Review Board as well for the presentation.